Mic check, mic check. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the West Coast Classic. It's been an awesome weekend. Just wanted to say thanks to all the racers, track staff, sponsors, everybody that's supported. It's been awesome. Just want to go over what we've got going on here this morning. We are going to be on track for 10 a.m. for our first round of competition. Obviously starting with no box, then going into juniors, box door car, box dragsters. And then after first round, we are going to have our buyback round. So it's $120 to buy back. Go see the girls at the trailer. And I just wanted to put this out. I think we have a couple of new entries today. I know of one for sure. So at 9:45, which is about 10 minutes from now, we'll get our new entries. So that's if a driver and car combo have not been down the track this weekend, come up. We'll do our new entry time run. Like I said, I think there's only a couple of them. I know Steve Horn is one of them. So if you guys can come to the lanes at 9:45, we'll probably just put you here, do our final prep, get you down for your time run, and then get into first round of no box. So just listen for the call, but if we can get our new entry time runs to come down at 9:45. And once again, that has to be a car that has not been down the track this weekend. So if you've raced Saturday or Friday with a setup, you're not getting a time run. This is only for new cars. So anybody jumping in a new car or a new entry that just showed up. All right, if you got any questions, please go see the T&T staff or come up and see me in the tower. Let's have a great day, guys. Thanks for everything. Attention in the pits. Just wanted to announce one more thing. If you get selected for one of our Best Losing Package awards, please make your way up to the tower before you take off, as we're obviously based out of Alberta, so it'd be hard to get those awards to some of the local racers. So once again, just listen for the call. If you get knocked out and you're a Best Losing Package award winner, please wait for your call and come up and see us in the tower before you take off. Get your prize, get your picture. And then the other thing is, if everybody could come over and close up their tabs before they take off. So basically after the buyback round, if you've got a tab going, please stop by and see the T&T girls. They'll get your tab cleared up for you. That would be great. And then if anybody has checks from yesterday, they're available over at the T&T trailer. There's a few checks left over from yesterday. So if you were in the money rounds, please swing by and see the girls. They'll get you your check. Thank you. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Our potential sit and wait buy for round 1 of no box will be John Tabak in your 699M entry. So given that you are doubled, you will race somebody on your first trip down the track with your X entry, and then come back around for sit and wait with your non-X entry. Our sit and wait buy for box is Mark Campbell with your X entry. So your first one will be against somebody with your 6377 entry, and then when you come back around for your sit and wait, it will be your 6377X entry. Once again, sit and wait buys, John Tabak and no box with your 699M entry. Sit and wait buy for box, Mark Campbell with your 6377X entry.
Good morning, Mission Raceway racers. Hey, welcome. Day number 3, as Travis was saying. Day number 3 of the first annual West Coast Classic. And we are going to call cars to the lanes right now. Cars are going to be called as we are just finishing up track preparation. So we're going to call no box doubles to lanes 3 and 4, please. No box doubles. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. We are waiting for no box doubles 3 and 4 as we get set to kick things off. First annual West Coast Classic presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing and Heating. So the tractors are just completing their rub on the track. They're up at the top end. They'll be coming back. We're doing a test on the tree. So everything is moving along very, very nicely. No box doubles. We have called you to the lanes. No box doubles. 3 and 4, please. Need you in the lanes. No box doubles. Pay attention in the pits, Monty Beagle. We need you in the tower. Please come to the tower. Monty Beagle. We need you in the tower, please. Mentioned it earlier that if you are having trouble hearing the PA, that you can always check us out. 92.7 is the FM number, 92.7. That's if you are having trouble with the PA. So just before we get started, if I could get everybody to stand and remove their headwear, we'll have Monty Beagle with a invocation.
Hey, thank you very much. What an honor just to be here and to do this for us all. So let's pray. Father God, it's truly a blessing to be here today with our families and friends and just to have the opportunity to race and compete. Thank you for this privilege. We acknowledge that all things come from you and by your grace. So, Father, we ask for your hand of favor on this race weekend to protect from harm or injury the staff, the safety personnel, the fans, and, of course, the racers and their families. Also, help us to be a people that look out for each other in their time of need and to be good sportsmen, win or lose, for we know that this pleases you. Guide each of us today and draw us to yourself. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Monty. We have 2 cars, I believe, that will be making qualifying hits. These are cars that have not yet been down the track. That's why they are taking a qualifying pass. And the first one here is going to be Steve Horn. Everybody else has been down the track a good number of times. So attention in the pits, no box singles. We need you now to the lanes. No box singles to 5 and 6. Bring them up. No box singles to 5 and 6. So obviously from yesterday's incident where Steve had a run-in with the beach, that car is back in the shop, so he brought out a brand new car or a different car and is now going to be doing a qualified hit for his runs later on today. Car fired up for Steve Horn from Burnaby. So Steve inadvertently rolling in a little too deep, so he backed out. Just wants to get a better read on the tree with the car as far as reaction time, everything. So stage now. There we go. .433 with a 3. 160 miles an hour for Steve Horn in the Dragster. .433 at 160 miles an hour on qualifying pass for a car that has not been down the track this weekend as yet. So got to think he'll be happy with that one. So we are getting set for first round of eliminations here in the main event number 2. We have called no box singles 5 and 6, no box singles to 5 and 6. So next cars on the track are going to be no box doubles. They will be going through first round, as this is first round of eliminations. It is going to be Monty Beagle, that 33 Ford, and Jeff Whitworth in the pickup. Dial-ins are on the car. Burnout's complete. Jeff Whitworth, 6:35 is the time on the window, or on the scoreboard at the top end. Monty Beagle, 5:77. 33 Ford and 84 S10. So handicap start's going to be going to, of course, the pickup, Jeff Whitworth, with the 6:35 as opposed to 5:77. Clean and green. Nice way to start the day. He hit the stripe. It's a win light for Monty Beagle, who runs 582 on that 577, 112 miles an hour. So Monty Beagle advancing. And that's going to bring up our next pair, which is Dustin Ward and Dylan Cairns. Cairns on the Lordco lane, driving the titanium-sponsored 85 Blazer. Dustin over here in the 67 Dodge Dart. 636 on the window for the Dart, 738 on the Blazer. So we'll see the Blazer leave the start line ahead of the Dart. Virtually identical reaction times on that run. Get to the stripe, it's a win light for Dustin Ward. Dodge Dart goes 638, 104 miles an hour. For the record, Cairns goes 745. So John Taback and Brody Shirk. John Taback in the S10 pickup. Getting the handicap start. Brody goes red at the start. So Taback goes 670 with a 3, 101 miles an hour. So he is fine to advance into the next round. As Darren Sutton and Ryan Johnston come to the line. Johnston driving the 63 Corvette. Nasty Fish Investors Group sponsorship, 566 on the window. And Sutton is in the Carmen Gia. 74 Carmen Gia with 621 on the reader board. So handicap will be going to the Carmen Gia. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters. We need you to the lanes now. Junior Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. We'll put Thunder in 1 and Lightning in 2, as per usual. For the vet and the Carmen Gia, head down track with a win for the Carmen Gia. 6:27, 2 red lights, 1001, 1007. True Start picks the winner as 001. And the win time, 6:27 at 109 miles an hour. So Darren Sutton takes the Carmen Gia into the next round as Dave Jung and Dustin Hunter roll forward. Dave Jung driving his 96 Camaro, 688. And Dustin Hunter, 572. 572 being quicker, so Dave Jung gets the handicap start. So the win light comes on for Dave Jung, 691 at 95 miles an hour. We understand that some racers have not been able to pick up a time slip at the ET booth. So if you are missing an ET booth, well, head up to the tower here, 2nd floor, and we will furnish you with a time slip. So Dave Jung picks up the win there to advance into the next round. 691, 95 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in the other lane ran a 573 at 120 miles an hour, but Dave Jung, 009 on the Christmas tree versus Dustin's 049. So reaction time advantage got him to the 8th mile stripe ahead of Dustin Hunter. So once again, we have called Junior Dragsters. See them all rolling into the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. As we are in first round of eliminations here. The first annual West Coast Classic presented by Rad Torque and a Tristan Plumbing and Heating. So just by way of clarification, the junior dragsters on the property, you will have two qualifiers today. Two qualifiers this morning for the junior dragsters. So we're just doing a couple of checks on the electronics. Some racers were not able to pick up a time slip in the ET booth, and so if you were one of those racers, please come up to the tower. We can furnish you with a time slip, and we're in the process of just rectifying the time slip situation with a new printer out in the ET booth. So that will be just a few seconds. Tree has been tested. Electronics are working well. Getting set to make their runs. Loren Schwartz and Scott Winterbottom. So just as we await for everything to be back up in running order, it's probably a good time to talk about all the good folks who have provided their support to the West Coast Classic Series. Of course, presented by Rad Torque Systems and Tristan Plumbing and Heating, along with TNT Motorsports. Primary sponsors include Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, the Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. ChopMyRake.ca, top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing. And, of course, the live feed is presented by JBS Equipment. And you can catch a growing group of videos on YouTube. So cars back fired up. Loren Schwartz over on the Lordco side, and Scott Winterbottom here tower side. Loren's from Langley in the white Monte Carlo. Scott Winterbottom in the 63 Chevy 2. Scott, 415 cubic inches under the hood. Loren's 462. Loren's got 644 on the window, 6 flat for Scott. So the Monte Carlo, it's a 44 hundredths of a second head start off the start line. And it's all about who does better with the shoe ball. Slowest reaction time, 0:08. Wind light comes on for Scott, who had the 2000 better .006 reaction time. 6:02, 110 miles an hour. Margin of victory at the stripe. Wow, 5 thousandths of a second. So Lorenz was 6:46 on the ET at 106 miles an hour. Scott 6:02 at 110. That's going to bring up the Rad Torque Plymouth CUDA of Jim Benke and Brian Vader in 72 Dart. Both with 440 cubic inches of Mopar power. Benke set up to ride the back end a little bit more. Green light comes on because Brian goes red. Benke's reaction time 0:12. 6:40. The winning ET at 105 miles an hour. This is Hank Vermeulen, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group in his Screaming Demon. Rolls forward here, tower side. In the lane, Kevin Mccauley, the old school Cutlass. 7:55 for Kevin Mccauley, 6:91 for Hank. So Kevin goes first off the line. It's the handicap start. It's green on the start line. Get to the stripe. It'll be a win light for Kevin. Goes 7:59. 90 miles an hour as Hank just pushes it too much and breaks out. Here comes Andy Antle now and Daryl Tippy. Tippy in the Chevy 2. On the Lordco side of the racetrack, the TCS side, Andy Antle in his 65 F100. Tippy gets the handicap start. Got 671 on the reader board at the top end, 559 for Andy, so we'll see that Chevy 2 lead first. Here comes Andy in after the 8-mile stripe. It's a win light for Daryl Tippy, 674, 101 miles an hour. 561 for Antle at 120. Now Craig Johnson and Stacy Commander. Stacy driving the white Camaro called the Casper, the Friendly Ghost. 67 Camaro. Craig Johnson, Johnson's custom exhaust sponsored 79 Malibu wagon. 682 is the slow road 2, so the wagon leaves first. Staging as shallowly as possible. All green down here at stripe. It's win 4. Craig Johnson. 019 light against a 187, so 694 with an 8, good for the win. 88 miles an hour for Johnson's custom exhaust. Dustin Ward in the dark, tower side. Derrickson from Steckler's in the River Rat Camaro. Dustin takes the win, 637, 106 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention. Box door car doubles. We need you to the lanes 3 and 4. Box door car doubles. We need you to the lanes. Bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. Lance DeSilitz and Monty Beagle. Lance from Tofino. The handicap So win light for Monty Beagle, 577 on a 577 dial. So 3 up, 118 miles an hour. So Monty Beagle moving on. Ryan Johnston now and John to back. Pair up. Handicap is going to be 672 for the S10 pickup. 566. So the S10 and the Vet head down track. The Vet gets around John's handicap. Great reaction time from John, 0:15, but both of them run under, and the Vet closer to 566 with a 565.7, 121 miles an hour for the win. So Ryan Johnston takes the Vet into the next round, and that looks to be about it for No Box as we get set for Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters getting 2 qualifying hits this morning before they go into eliminations. Junior Dragster program very healthy this year in a good number of areas. Certainly here at Mission, we've had events where there's upwards of, well, just over 20 Junior Dragsters, and that is a major improvement over some years, and that is always great to see, as the Junior Dragster program is an excellent feeder program to racing in other categories. We've got a number of people like Carson Barlow and Emily Gerard and a few others who have stepped up and moved into Sydney Jung, of course, into full-scale cars after launching their careers in Junior Dragsters. So not only is it a great opportunity for the family to participate in racing and stay close, it is also an opportunity to learn all sorts of skills and abilities as you're getting that Junior Dragster program into place. So Emily White and Oakley Rutherford, first pair. Oakley over here, Tower side from Wembley. Royal Project sponsored Junior Dragster, along with Rebel Nutrition shout out. The other lane, Emily White from Mission, picking up support from Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, and Walco. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have called box door car doubles. Box door car doubles. We need you to the lanes 3 and 4. And singles, bring them up to 5 and 6. Box door car doubles 3 and 4, and singles to 5 and 6. So kicking off the first qualifying session, then Oakley Rutherford and Emily White. This is the Thunder category. This is for Junior Dragster drivers between the ages of 5 and 12 years of age. .894 is the time for Emily. It's 72 miles an hour. 8:94. 11:81 for Oakley. 52 miles per hour. That brings up Hunter Gallant and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence over on the Lordco side, Hunter TCS lane, both from Chilliwack. Hunter sporting sponsorship from MW Race Cars, BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tire, and Cadence in the other lane, Ken Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Bodies. Both drivers getting their last-minute instructions to stage the Junior Dragsters. Going through the same process as the full-size cars, obviously. Pre-staged and then roll forward another 8 inches to get into the stage beams before the starter then It's the switch and the tree comes down. This is qualifying session number 1 of 2. Cars are all tuned up based on the age of the driver. So typically the slower car is the younger driver, and then we'll get into the lightning category where all bets are off and you're running a little bit quicker and a little bit faster. So Cadence goes 11.96 at 51 miles an hour, and Hunter 12.13 at 51 miles an hour. That brings up Nate Green, just ahead of his brother. Nate Green in the white junior dragster, sponsored by JBS and Papa Roach. In the other lane, Catney family's first entry of the morning, Adam Catney, Maple Ridge, TK Performance sponsored. Team of 3 junior dragsters. Clock stops at 8.96, 72 miles an hour for Adam. In the Lordco lane, 11.96, 53 miles an hour for Nate in the TCS lane. And that brings up Alex Green and Ashton Catney. Alex, part of the Green Brothers Racing team. Going forward, as is Ashton, going through, as I said, the staging process. Very important process of the entire race. There's a school of thought that says if you don't get red lights once in a while, you're not pushing the tree hard enough. And certainly the time to get the red lights is during qualifying, where it doesn't count, rather than elimination. So Alex picks up a 14.14, 44 miles an hour. And that's going to bring to the lanes Alana Everett. Alana rolling into the stage beams right now, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop in the Old Car Center out of Langley. $14.81 is the time for Alana Everett's run, 42 miles an hour. And that'll do it for the Thunder class. We move up into the Lightning class. Lightning, you're 13 years and older. And we start with Colton Morin, yesterday's runner-up in eliminations. Abigail White in the other lane. Abigail in the Lordco side, sponsored by Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, Walco. Mission is home for Abigail, as it is for Colton. Part of the Morin Motorsports group. Colton sporting one of those brand new 2022 Mike Boss chassis. Sponsored by JBS, Big Kids Racing, and Tires Plus, along with the Titanium Auto Group, lending support. So Colton here on the tower side, Abigail on the spectator side. These drivers are a little bit older, and so we're going to go a little bit quicker and a little bit faster. And also a little bit louder, as you can probably tell. Colton runs it through 7.96, 81 miles an hour, 7.96. Abigail goes 8.11 with a 3, 80 miles an hour. As Lincoln Rutherford and Ciel Gagnon, our next pair. Lincoln, the winner in the category yesterday from Wembley. Sponsored by Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness. Ciel Gagnon from Qualicum Beach. Well, that's part of the Big Kids racing team. Her dad, Nate, runs a Top Fuel Harley. And her goals are, well, she wants dad to get her an A-Fuel Dragster when she turns 16. So we'll see if that happens. That would be quite something. Ciel Gagnon on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Lincoln Rutherford, TCS side. Their first qualifying hit of the morning. .792 is the time for Ciel. 81 miles an hour, 83 miles an hour for Lincoln at 7.92 as well. So both of them run 7.92.3. Lincoln's reaction time 0.29. Ciel a little bit tardy. Reaction time starting with a 2. That brings up Aiden Catney and Willie Oliver now. Aiden, part of the TK Performance team as well, Maple Ridge. And Willie Oliver from Mission. Brad Torque sponsored Junior Dragster. Aiden getting just a little out of shape, moving towards the center line, manages to correct. Willie Oliver goes 7.87, 83 miles an hour. Aiden, 10.91, 40 miles an hour. So obviously he was off the gas a little bit there. Lincoln Shirk now and Emma Debris Coos. Lincoln with his 2005 Mike Boss chassis, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Brad Torque, JS Power Sports, Vancouver Car Wrap, who recently re-wrapped that car, along with Bubba's Speed Shop, and a big shout out, a big thanks going to Dad for that race car. Emma Debris Coos, of course, her dad racing in the Canada West Door Slammer Series, 2021 champion. As a matter of fact, Straight Line Race Car sponsorship, B&D lift trucks as well. They hail out of Shawnigan Lake. So Emma in the pink dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Lincoln over here in the blue dragster. Junior Lightning time, 8:03 for Emma, 8:23 for Lincoln. 81 miles an hour for Emma and 79 for Lincoln. And that brings up Lexi Winterbottom from Langley Bowtie Ventures, Hobo Racing. Lexi Winterbottom will be, I believe, our last qualifier here in Junior Lightning. .834 is the time, 77 miles an hour, 8:34 for Lexi Winterbottom, and that is going to be it then for Junior Dragsters. We should have all of the box door cars in the staging lanes, doubles in 3 and 4, and singles in 5 and 6. All box door cars should be in the staging lanes now for their first round of eliminations. Hey, just a reminder that if you are out of eliminations in the first round, you do have the opportunity to buy back. You know that, right? So if you are looking to buy back into the program, head over to the TNT trailer, and they will take care of business for you. Buybacks at the TNT trailer. Fee will be $120. So we're just doing a check on the racetrack before we send box door cars down, so you can see the tractor doing a little bit of rub. Get a little bit of real rubber onto the surface and equalize it somewhat. That is what they are dragging. Speaking of which, if you are a racer in the pits and you have some old slicks that you are looking to get rid of, check with the start line or safety crew, because they could always use those old slicks, as we are constantly wearing them out behind the tractors, getting that racing surface in gear for you. So if you have some old slicks that you're dying to get rid of, get a hold of somebody on the start line or on the safety crew and let them know, and we'll be happy to take them off your hands. Attention in the pits. We're now going to call box double dragsters. Box dragster doubles. We need you to 3 and 4. Box dragster doubles. We need you lanes 3 and 4, please. I know this is day 3 of the West Coast Classic, and you've probably heard this many, many times, but it is always just a reminder that Mission Raceway is a left side track. So when you're putting your car number and dial in, please put it large and legibly on the left side windows for the tower to see. And make sure that that information gets entered properly. Once again, we've called box dragsters doubles to the lanes 3 and 4. Box dragster doubles to lanes 3 and 4. All righty, we're getting set. Here we go. Box door cars. First round of eliminations. Burnouts complete for Jan Christensen and Adam DeYoung. Adam having a streak yesterday. That is for sure. Beat Dad in the final. Jan Christensen, El Gringo. That's the Nova, Tower side. Green Nova here on the TCS side of the racetrack. Adam in the 67 Artex Barn Solutions sponsored Camaro. 5:34 is the time for Adam, 5:47 for Jan. So El Gringo gets out of the gate first, but not by much. Green light comes on for Adam, goes 5:38 on a 5:34 dial, 128 miles an hour, so that's great. Jan goes 5:54. Had a 001 reaction time, better than Adams, but was way off the dial. 126 miles an hour. Time for Jan, 128 for Adam in Camaro. As Martin Rochelle rolls up onto the start line. Martin from Surrey. 638 on the window. Dave Beck, Fort Saskatchewan, 598. So Martin will leave the line first. This is the electronics category. Light comes on for Martin Rochelle, 6:40 on a 6:38. Running too quick was Dave Beck, goes 5:96 on a 5:98. So Martin Rochelle picking up the win. It's Otto Schulte and Dwayne Ringuth. Otto driving the 2005 Cavalier, sponsored by Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, Lordco. Whole lot simpler on the other side, sponsored by TNT Motorsports. Dwayne dialed in at 6:55, Auto 482, so we'll see the pickup move first. Otto Schulte comes around him, 484 on a 482, 140 miles an hour. For the record, Dwayne goes 663. Al Quigley now and Warren Jacobson. Warren from Abbotsford, picking up sponsorship from Wally Crank Grinding. 67 Chevy 2. Lordco Lane with 737 on the window as the dial-in. Al Quigley of the Mustang, Rad Torque sponsored from Aldergrove, 524. So the quicker car waits as Warren leaves first. to see the throttle stop come into play for Warren. Not able to stay out in front. Al goes on a double breakout, 5:23.9, but stays closer to his 5:24 dial. 130 miles an hour, so wind light comes on for Al Quigley in the Mustang. Here's Richard Love now and Dan Parsons. Powell River is home base for Parsons. Quality Racing, he's been racing that car now for, wow, a good number of years. It's consistent, it runs regular, and he knows exactly what it does. 680 is the dial. Richard Love will get the handicap by about a tenth. 691. Love in the pickup, and Parsons goes red, so that's a win light for Richard Love. Actually had a great reaction time of 0:02. Finish line time was 6:96 at 98 miles an hour. Here's Eddie Plazier now. That gorgeous Anglia. And Mike Robinson from Chilliwack in the Roadster. The Roadster, blue Roadster, 5:77 is the time. He's dialed in. Eddie, 6:43. So the Anglia will be leaving the start line first. Then the Edmonton runner is just going to try and stay ahead. That Roadster. Both clean and green with great reaction times. The slowest 009. Eddie Plazier ran a 003 reaction time. Goes 6:46 for the win, 112 miles an hour. So Eddie Plazier will pick up that win and move on to the next round. George LeBlanc in the orange Chevelle and Amber Rutherford in the orange Mustang. And it's Amber who gets there first, 5:67, 121 miles an hour. Red light start took George out of the competition right at the hit. Here comes John DeYoung now and James Kennedy. James backing up from his over-the-line burnout. John just about ready to start his. So John DeYoung, 68 Camaro. Sponsored by TDS. That's Total Dairy Solutions. They make stuff to make sure that your cows are as comfy as possible. Because when they're comfy, and they're making good milk. That's all there is to it. Total Dairy Solutions. Make the cows comfy, and it's all good for everybody else. James Kennedy in the other lane from Langley in his 2004 Grand Am. Both drivers sporting 598 cubic inches under the hood. Red light start for John DeYoung. So James Kennedy picks up the win. John goes 007 red. Kennedy had a reaction time of 016, runs a 493 for the win, 141 miles an hour. John did actually run a 446 on a 444 dial, but that red light takes you out of contention. Jay Sievertson now. And James Rutherford. Rutherford is driving that 96 Ford Probe. Orange, popular color in the Rutherford family. Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness sponsorship. Jay Sievertson, he's in the JS Power Sports 98 Dakota. Sitting patiently waiting for Rutherford, backing up, and they will both roll forward now to stage. Rutherford has 480 on the window as the dial in, 497 for the pickup. So, yes, the pickup leaves first by just about 17 hundredths of a second. is green, so the wind light comes on for James Rutherford, who goes 4.80 at 137 miles an hour. Sievertson, 5.01, 136. And that will take care of box door cars. First round. I take that back. 2 more pairs sitting in the staging lanes. Hey, it's great to see all of you race fans in the stands so early on a Sunday morning. That's right. I say early because it's probably just a little before brunch time when everybody would be about getting up. So if you're out at the racetrack, you got up plenty early to be here and join us, and we certainly appreciate that. If you're sitting over on the spectator side, after you get the appropriate amount of sun, you may want to walk over the bridge and join us on the pit side here and take a look at what activity is taking place in the pit area. Lots of great cars to look at, lots of interesting things that will be happening in between rounds. Also on the pit side is the concession stand and the pro shop. Pro shop has all sorts of souvenirs for you, NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs. And speaking of which, there's all kinds of souvenirs available for this particular event. And just as you are entering the pit area, there's a Titanium Auto Group awning in place at the TNT trailer, and they have all kinds of merch available for you. A lot of the teams have brought merch as well, so give them a supporting hand by picking up a t-shirt or some sort of souvenir apparel. Pro Shop has all kinds of stuff like that, and if you're looking for gifts for any particular reason, birthday, Christmas, whatever, I'm sure you can find the racer in your family something that they will sincerely appreciate. So once again, thanks everybody for joining us here. We're just in between sessions, and we will be having cars down the track momentarily. We're just waiting to collect one in the staging lanes before we give them the go-ahead. So welcome to the first annual West Coast Classic. Lots of money up for grabs today. The main event number 2. I did not mention the fact that it is going to be a warm one today, a lot warmer than it was yesterday. It's already upwards of 20-some degrees, so make sure that you stay hydrated. And if you're missing some sunscreen, well, you can probably find that at the Pro Shop, too. I think they stock up with sunscreen, so Make sure that you are fully slicked up and lots of liquid. So, attention in the pits. We are now making the call for box dragster. Box dragster singles. We are going to call you up to lanes 5 and 6. Box dragster singles. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. Box dragster singles. Richie and Jan Christensen. Christensen from Langley in the green Chevy 2, and Richie from Poco in black 68 Chevelle. Richie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales provided support for Brian Richie and Christensen. Over in the other lane, the Lordco lane, 549. 549 on the window, 508. So the quicker car is Brian Richie here, 508. Let's see the green car leave first. Brian will make every effort to get to the finish line first. It's Brian Richie who gets there first, 5-1-0 with a 737 miles an hour. Jan goes too quick, goes under the dial, 549. Brian Richie, as I say, is your winner, 5-10. As Derek Shirk completes the burnout, that sweet-looking 55 Bel Air. And Martin Rochelle from Surrey in the Malibu in the other lane. 638 for Martin, 457 for Derek. So see the Malibu with a pretty sizable lead time on that 55 Bel Air, but that Bel Air charges at the stripe. So Martin will have his work cut out for him to stay out in front. All about consistency and who set up the car right. Boy, Martin got it. Had a better reaction time. Neither of them were stellar, but Martin's was better. 641 for the win at 104 miles an hour. So Martin Rochelle moves on in the electronic category. So once again, if racers are out of competition first round, you do have the opportunity for buybacks. So if you're eliminated first round, head over to the TNT trailer and they'll set you up with a buyback. That it will cost you $120. So now we head into the box dragster category. So dragsters come to the line. Mike Crozier and Kelly Voss, our first pair. Voss, he's over there on the Lordco side. Titanium Racing sponsored dragster from Pitt Meadows. It's a hardtail dragster that he picked up earlier. Well, he picked it up last year from a racer in Idaho. It's actually a Division 7 dragster, probably raced a lot in California. Mike Crozier, Outlaw Addiction over here on the tower side. Mike's from Leduc, where we have a strong contingent of dragsters. It's the quicker of the two, so Kelly Voss will be leaving the start line first. And he goes double 01 red, so Mike Crozier picks up the win, 4:53 at 152 miles an hour. Kelly Voss, 001 red. So Dave Sanio now and Mark Campbell. Sanio here tower side. Campbell spectator side. Pacific Supply. Campbell from Olympia, Washington with a dial in on that dragster of 456. 454 is the dial in for Sanio over here. Another Leduc runner. Frameworks and Supreme Steel sponsored dragster. Handicap start is going to be 2/100ths of a second. If you can see that on the tree, boy, more power to you. It is going to be barely noticeable. Combine that with the reaction time, and it makes a world of difference as Mark Campbell goes 457 for the win. 457 on a 456 dial. 147 miles an hour for Campbell. And Carson Campbell now and Braden Ochetois. Ochetois from Beaumont. 458 is the time. 469 for Carson, another Olympia runner. Carson, the son of Mark Campbell. So it will be Campbell with the handicap start. Tower side. Win light for Braden. He goes 459 at 152 miles an hour. 007 reaction time. As the burnout complete for Dan Provost. In the other lane, Dalton Garreau. Dalton, Leduc is home base. CSN LJ Auto Body. Dan Provo from Abbotsford. Brad Torque sponsored systems. 4:31 is the time for Dan Provo. 4:49 for Dalton. Green light comes on for Dan Provost. Had the slower reaction time, but Dalton ran too quick, broke out on a 4:49. He runs 4:48, too quick. 4:31 is the winning time for Dan Provost. 4:31 on a 4:31 dial. Well, that's dead on. His reaction time was 0:21, and he goes 163 miles an hour for the win. And here comes Emily Gerard and Chevy Reeves. Chevy from Edmonton, sponsored by Rad Torque, Sideshow Fabrications. Emily and the family dragster, graduating up a couple of years ago from Junior Lightning. She picks up the win. Red light for Chevy. 4:52 he runs, but he turned the bulb red at the start line. So Emily, 006, she was on the tree. 4:81 for the win, 144 miles an hour. So Emily Gerard advancing into the next round of Box Dragster. So here's Steve Horn now, Dwayne Ringuth. Dwayne in the TNT Motorsports Dragster, and Steve in the Rad Torque JS Power Sports Dragster. And I'm told they came out of the factory, these two cars, one number apart, one serial number apart. So they're about as nicely matched up as you would want. Handicap start going to Dwayne. Goes red, 008 red. So Steve Horn in a car he brought because he didn't treat his other one very well going into the sand trap. He brings a new car to the track here for racing on Sunday and gets a win light to advance into the next round. Runs a 4:32 at 164 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for Box Dragster. Although we do have doubles that are going to be coming around. So just a little break in the action as we wait for a couple of cars to come back around and cycle through on the rotation. And that will essentially complete our first full rotation. We will be going back around. Juniors, of course, will be lining up for their second qualifying session, and then they'll go into eliminations. Everybody has had lots of opportunity for runs on the track, and so that's why there was no qualifying for the other categories of no box and box door car and box dragster. Lots of opportunity for collecting runs. It's a little bit of a hotter racetrack today, but everybody seems to have adjusted quite nicely to that. The junior dragsters, though, will be getting a second qualifying session before their elimination rounds. So all that coming up momentarily.
Quality is never an accident. Quality is never an accident. It is the result. Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
The action with next two dragsters. Mike Crozier here on the tower side from Leduc. In the other lane, Jenna Michaud from Edmonton. So more or less the same area. I understand when the Classic Series was run at Brad Torque Raceway in Edmonton, there were upwards of 40 dragsters there. Alberta has always been a hotbed for dragster action, whereas Mission has always seen more action in the door car category. So Jenna dialed in at 424 in the black dragster, and Mike Crozier 453. So we'll see the Outlaw Addiction car lead first. Distracted Mike. Win light for Jenna. Jenna goes 4-3-0 at 165 miles an hour. And Mike, well, like I say, distracted, had a reaction time of almost 1 full second. So he was sitting there waiting, and Jenna was already halfway down the track. For the record, Mike runs 466 at 151 miles an hour. Jenna, again, as I say, 430. Jenna sponsored by GTO Ventures, Trade Wind Salvage, and Twister Piling. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box buybacks. We want you in lanes 5 and 6, please. No box buybacks. Bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. This is a call for you. No box buybacks. 5 and 6. So the last two dragsters in the water box, Mark Campbell and Carson Campbell. You're saying, what a coincidence. Same last name. Yes, father and son. Mark over here, Tower side. Carson on the Lordco side is the son, both from Olympia, Washington, sponsored by Pacific Supply. Mark Campbell, 456. Carson Campbell, 468. So Carson gets a tiny head start on Pops. Light comes on for Carson. Had the better reaction time of 007. Runs a 469 rather, 147 miles an hour. 469 on a 468 dial. So Carson Campbell winning and advancing into the next round. So we'll take a few minutes now to do a little bit of track preparation since the first round is now fully complete. You see the sprayer heading out there, and we'll do just another coat of the HT traction compound. So attention in the pits, we will now call junior dragsters back to the lanes. Junior dragsters, Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior dragsters, bring them back to the lanes, please. Preparation just continuing on to the next and final stages. We spray the track and then use the tractors to do a little bit of rub of the spray solution onto the surface, get it worked in with some real rubber from the slicks that are on the back of the tractors. So as soon as that's complete, we will be heading back into rounds of elimination. So that's going to be just momentarily. I want to take the opportunity to once again thank everybody for joining us here. If you're watching us online, we thank you for that as well. The online coverage sponsored by JBS Equipment. And right now, if you're watching, you're looking at all of the sponsors that the live stream is brought to you by. We certainly encourage you, whether you're watching online or whether you are here at the facility with us, take a look around and take in all the sites of the sponsors. If there are things, products that they supply or services they supply that you are in need of, well, by all means, we ask you to support them as they support racing here at Mission Raceway. Junior Dragsters all assembling in the staging lanes. We're going to be running Junior Dragsters for their second qualifying session before they head into eliminations, and that will be later on this afternoon. Because it is 11:30, you might want to be thinking about lunch, and all sorts of great grub available at the Half Track Snack Shack. They have all sorts of combos with chicken strips and fries and cheeseburgers, hamburgers, hot dogs, and who knows what other surprises might be there. They always seem to have something of a surprise menu item that is quite appetizing. So check it out on the patio right across from the Half Track Snack Shack is, of course, the Pro Shop, where you can pick up all kinds of NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs before you leave the property today. So, tractors coming off of the racing surface. We'll be back to racing action in just a few minutes. So racers who were knocked out of competition in the first round had the opportunity to buy back, and this is the no box category. Buybacks. First pair is going to be Lance DeSillis from Tofino in the blue Malibu here, Tower Side, and Loren Schwartz in the 83 Monte Carlo. Schwartz has a 646 on the window, as well as the reader board at the top end. That's the time he anticipates it will take him to run that Monte Carlo in the 8th mile. 674 for Lance. So Lance is in the handicap. We like Lance's numbers on the side of the car, large and legible, like we like them. Wow, double breakout, so Loren Schwartz gets it. 645 on a 646, 104 miles an hour. He was closer to his dial-in and wins by that. Jeff Whitworth now and Dustin Hunter. Jeff Whitworth in the pickup, the S10 pickup, 635, gets the handicap. Against Dustin Hunter's 572 in that Falcon. And the stripe, Falcon gets there first with 573 on a 572 dial, 120 miles an hour. So, Dustin Hunter going back into competition. Brian Vader now. Vader in the dark, Tower Side. and Lawrence Derrick. Lawrence Derrick. Stettler, Alberta. The River Rat, he calls it, is 67 Camaro. 584 is the time on the window. 643 for Brian in the dart, and that means the dart leads first. But Brian goes red. Lawrence takes the River Rat into the next round, goes 583 at 119 miles an hour, and because of the red light, Lawrence knew that he could run it out the back door. Hank Vermeulen and John Tabac. 672 for John, 689 for Hank. Pretty much heads up. On for John Tabac, 682 at 93 miles an hour. Andy Antle and Dylan Cairns. Cairns in the Blazer, 738. And Andy grabbing that F100. 559. So the quicker of the two. Blazer goes first. Turns on the red light, and that gives Andy Antle the win at 559 on a 559 dial, so dead on 3, 121 miles an hour. So that is going to do it for the buyback first round. And that's in the no box category. I believe that we will next be seeing junior dragsters. So now we're going to call box door car buybacks. Right? Box door car buybacks. We want doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. So box door car buybacks. Doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. Bring them up.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
So here we go with second qualifying session in Junior Dragster, starting as always with the Thunder category. Nate Green and Oakley Rutherford, our first pair in this session. Nate Green from Mission, Oakley from Wembley, Alberta, visiting because of the West Coast Classic Series. Great to see new cars on the property. 9 qualified, took the first session in the Thunder category. Nate Green sponsored by JBS Equipment, Papa Roach, Oakley Rutherford, and Lordco Lane, Royal Projects. Nate runs a 12:06, 53 miles an hour. Oakley 11:78 at 52 miles an hour. Here comes Alex Green now and Emily White. Emily from Mission, as is Alex. Support for Alex's team comes from JBS Equipment and Papa Roach. For Emily, it's Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, and Walco. Emily on the Lordco side, the spectator side, and Alex Green here on the tower side, the TCS level. .911 for Emily, 69 miles an hour. 911, 1428 for Alex Green, 43 miles an hour. So Cadence Rodrigue and Hunter Gallant lead the line now. Cadence from Chilliwack, as is Hunter. Their second qualifying hit of the day. Cadence runs 11:95 at 52 miles an hour. Hunter 12:19, 51 miles per hour. So part of the trio of performers from Catney family, Adam and Ashton, head down track now. Adam runs a 9:03 at 72 miles an hour. Ashton coming along runs a 14:06 with a 9:45 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Alana Everett. So as Alana makes her way down the 8th mile, the Lightning category cars have fired up. Alana runs a 14:81 at the stripe, 41 miles an hour. the quicker of the two categories, the lightning category, rolls into the water box now. Start with Lincoln Shirt, tower side, and Colton Morin, spectator side. Lincoln Church here, tower side, rolling into the stage beams alongside Colton and Warren. Second time today that they've had the opportunity to make a run down the track. They'll collect information that will go to factor in their dial-in time for eliminations. Next time we see them, that will be eliminations. Colton Morin runs a 791, 83 miles an hour, 824 for Lincoln, 79 miles an hour. Here comes CL Gagnon and Emma Debris-Coos. Emma on the tower side, and CL on the spectator side. So 793 is the time for CL, 81 miles an hour for Big Kids Racing sponsored Dragster. 799 for Emma Debris-Coos at 79 miles per hour. Lexi Winterbottom now. Debris, I should say Lexi, driving the blue and yellow alongside Lincoln Rutherford, Rutherford Racing Team. Pay attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Jeff Whitworth. Jeff Whitworth, we need you to the tower to collect an award. Jeff Whitworth, we need you to the tower. Jeff, come on up to the third floor of the tower. So Lexi runs 826, Lincoln 789. Here comes the third in that trio of Catney cars, Aiden Catney, alongside Abigail White. Team has two dragsters in the Thunder category, and here Aiden in the Lightning category. Once again, you make the call for Jeff Whitworth. Please come to the tower, Jeff Whitworth. I need you to come to the tower and pick up an award. Hayden runs 8:01. 8:01 at 80 miles an hour. Abigail having problems, and so they pulled her out of the water box. Not able to make that run. Comes Willie Oliver, though. Sponsored by Rad Torque. Willie Oliver goes 792, 82 miles an hour on that second qualifying pass. So in keeping with the procedure, these are cars that were eliminated first round action in box door cars. So they have bought back into the program and they are running in their own session. We start with Dan Parsons and Jan Christensen. Dan Parsons from Powell River, Quality Racing Duster, and Jan Christensen in the Nova. So 681 is the time for Parsons and 547 for Christensen in the Nova. So Parsons leaves first. Everybody's green on the start line. Green light for Dan Parsons. 681.9, 104 miles an hour. Next up, George LeBlanc and Mike Robinson. Robinson in the 27 Ford T Roadster. And LeBlanc in the orange Chevelle. Win light comes on for George LeBlanc. The 66 Chevelle on a double breakout runs 562 at 123 miles an hour to advance. John DeYoung completes his burnout. Typically well past the start line. Didn't didn't have good luck in the first round, so here he is in the buyback round. Dave Beck in the other lane from Fort Saskatchewan in the Camaro. John DeYoung was ready that time. 006 reaction time. 450 on a 449 dial. 151 miles an hour, so he moves ahead. One more round. So part of the procedure, of course, is that we have some cars that are running in double classes, right? And so when they run and then have to do a follow-up run, we do give them a few moments to make sure that their car is gassed and ready to go. So that we're just waiting for one more car to make its way around for a next run. Attention in the pits, Dragster, box Dragster buybacks. We need you back to the lanes. Let's put you in 5 and 6. Box Dragster buybacks. We need you to the lanes. 5 and 6, please. Here we go with action on the track. Box door car buyback action. It's going to be Derek Shirk and Jan Christensen. So burnout complete for both cars. Jan Christensen in the Chevy Nova. Lordco lane. And Derek Shirk. 55 Bel Air on the TCS side. Racetrack. Derek acquiring this car a few months ago and still getting familiar with it. .548 is the time for Christensen, so Chevy 2 gets the jump off the start line. Stay green, and at the stripe it is Jan Christensen. 551 had the better reaction time. 044. 125 miles an hour for the Chevy 2. Here's Kelly Voss and Jay Sievertson now. Kelly Voss in the Dragster, the hardtail Dragster, dialed in at 558. 499, so the Dakota in the pickup is a quicker vehicle. Jay Sievertson, sponsored by JS Power Sports. Got 665 cubic inches under the hood of that pickup. Only 383 behind the Dragster. Jay runs it through to a 499 for the win. 137 miles an hour. Here come the next pair in the box Dragster buyback. Mike Crozer in the Outlaw Addiction car. And Dalton Garreau, both drivers from Leduc. Dalton sponsored by CSN LJ Auto Body. Dalton has 448 as a dial-in, 453 for Mike. Picks up the win, 453 at 152 miles an hour. Here comes Dwayne Ringguth and Mark Campbell. Dwayne sponsored by TNT Motorsports. 455 is the time. Heads up race is 4:55 is the time for Mark Campbell as well. No handicap involved in this pair. Both leave on the green. Mark Campbell gets the win on that. 4:55 at 154 miles an hour. Dwayne running under the dial. It'll be Mark Campbell advancing as Dave Senio and Chevy Reeves get set for their running. Senio with 4:55 on the reader board and Chevy 4:52. So slight handicap start going to the blue Dragster over here tower side. Dave goes 002 red, handing the win to Chevy over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, who then runs it out to a 4:51 at 153 miles an hour. So Chevy Reeves advancing. Attention in the pits, no box doubles. No box doubles. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. No box doubles. Bring them up. 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. No box singles. Round 2. We need you to the lanes 5 and 6, please. No box singles. Bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2. No box singles. This is your call. So here we go. This rounds out the buyback runs. Box buyback. Dwayne Ringuth and Carson Campbell. Dwayne stepping out of the Dragster and getting into the S10. Sponsored by TNT Motorsports. Carson Campbell from Olympia, Washington in the Dragster with the quicker dial-in time, 4:69, as opposed to the S10's 6:57. So let's see the S10 move out first. So nobody anxious to stage. Wait for the other guy. Wait for the other guy. And the other guy says, no, I'm going to wait for you. But the Dragster goes in first. Just linking the bulb. Shallow as can be. Wind light comes on for the Dragster. Had the beta reaction time 0:25 against an 0:92. Carson in the Dragster runs 4.70 with a 143 miles an hour. Dwayne taking the S10 under the dial-in. Dialed in at 6:57, went 6:54. So too quick, but great dial-in, reaction time rather, for Carson Campbell, 0:25. And that completes the buyback run. You race fans for joining us here again on this third day of the first annual West Coast Classic. We are just in the process of getting cars all paired up and staged properly in the staging lanes. And this is going to be for round 2 of No Box. They'll be coming around here momentarily. As I say, we're just pairing them up in the staging lanes. But certainly want to thank all of you fans for joining us here today for this event. It's our third day, and it was a spectacular day yesterday. Went all the way through to about, I guess, 10 o'clock last night. And so today we're just wrapping up with the main event number 2. Lots of bucks on the line for all the racers who make it to the finals and semis and quarterfinals. So still lots of action to come. Hey, mark your calendars for next weekend. Next weekend, the Langley Loafers take over Mission Raceway for their annual old-time drags event, an event that they've been staging since 1988 or so. So all cars going to be pre-1972, so literally old-looking, old-running cars, all sorts of front-engine dragsters and gassers, you name it. But then we're going to have a whole bunch of other fast cars as the West Coast Door Slammers are going to be here along with the Pro Mods. So all kinds of racing action here next weekend. Friday's going to be a test and tune, and Saturday and Sunday will be racing action. So hope you can join us for the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. I'm told that it is National Margarita Day today, and I'm not exactly sure how you celebrate this, but National Margarita Day, I know how some people are probably going to celebrate it. You know, a toast would not be out of line. Just before cars hit the track, Junior Dragsters, attention, bring them up to the staging lanes. 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations. Junior Dragsters, bring them up. Lightning, or Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Here we go with round number 2 in No Box. Dustin Ward and Lawrence Derrick. The River Rat Camaro from Stettler, Alberta. 5:83 is the time that is on the reader board. And Dustin Ward is in the Dodge Dart, 6:39. So orange Dart, flat top. Leading first. It's a win light for Lawrence Derrick of Stettler. 583 at 119 miles an hour. Dave Jung rolls up now alongside John Tabac. 675 is the dial-in time for the S10 pickup of John Tabac from Maple Ridge. Dave Jung driving his 96 Camaro out of Surrey, BC. 694. So just about 2/10 of a second handicap going to the Camaro. By the way, Junior Dragsters, your ladders are at the Warren Motorsports trailer, so that's where the ladders are. As Dave Jung picks up the win against John Tabac. 696 is the winning time at 92 miles per hour. Once again, Junior Dragsters, your ladders are on display at the Warren Motorsports trailer. But we have called Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. It's Kevin Mccauley and Monty Beagle pair up on the start line. They're both pre-staged. Beagle from High River, 578. Handicap going to Kevin Mccauley from Maple Ridge. Wind light comes on for Beagle. Goes 578 with a 4 at 117 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Dustin Hunter and Daryl Tippy now. Daryl Tippy driving the Chevy 2 from Surrey against a 64 Ford Falcon, so a classic Ford versus Chevy battle here. 572 is the time for Dustin, 673 for Daryl Tippy, so Chevy 2 gets the handicap start. Pretty much identical reaction times. He decided at the stripe, and it's a win for the Chilliwack runner. Dustin Hunter takes the Falcon into the next round as Ryan Johnston and Andy Antle are the next pair. Johnston out of Manitoba. Nasty Fish Racing 63 vet. Andy Antle 65 F100. Calls himself the 67-year-old rookie racer. 5:59 is the time for Andy. 5:68 for the Corvette. Comes on for Ryan Johnston. 573 with a 9. 106 miles an hour. So the Corvette picks up the win. Andy Tardy on the start line. 191 against Johnston's 038. So there was a lot that he left on the start line. Corvette takes the win. Ryan going on to round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box, door, car, doubles. We need you to lane 3 and 4. Box, door, car, doubles. Bring them up to 3 and 4. Ren Schwartz getting set to do battle with John Tabak. John's in the S10. Lorenz is in the Monte Carlo. It's a 645 against a 676, so John gets the bit of a handicap start in his pickup. Not much, looking like about 0.3 of a second. Well, Lorenz goes red and puts John's wing light on. He runs a 671, 101 miles an hour. Great reaction time, 009. Brings up Craig Johnson and Monty Beagle now. 577 for the 33 Ford and 685 for the black Malibu. That means the station wagon gets the head start here. They leave green at the stripe. 578. Monty Beagle takes the win. 117 miles per hour for his 33 Ford to advance into the next round. And here comes Jim Benke in his Rad Torque Cuda. Mechanic from Mission, BC has 642 on the window against a 625 for Darren Sutton in the Carmen Ghia. Attention in the pits, box door car singles. Now we're calling you box door car singles. We're calling you to 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6, box door car singles. Oh, Benke pulling the front end as per usual. Not able to stay out in front. Darren Sutton goes 622 with a 9. A double breakout, but closer to his 625 dial, so the win light comes on for that 74 Carmen Ghia. Dustin Ward over on the Lordco side of the racetrack in his Dodge Dart, and Scott Winterbottom here in the rags to riches Top Shot Chevy 2. Will be Dustin Ward with a 639 at 105 miles an hour for the win. All part of the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League. So they're racing for points as well as prizes. Taking a look at 2021 here at Mission Raceway. The Junior Dragster Thunder category champion was Alex Green. He's your champion this year. For 2021, runner-up was Abigail White. And in the Junior Lightning category, the champion Ciel Gagnon. And then Colton Morin was the runner-up for the 2021 point series. So champions laid out for the year as they continue to gather points through this year to see who is the 2022 champion. This is an opportunity for kids anywhere from 5 years of age to 17 years of age to be racing in a controlled environment and learning all the ins and outs of drag racing. So we start out with Oakley Rutherford. Oakley has the single with the odd number of junior dragsters. There's 9 in the category here racing today. So Oakley is off and running. Younger drivers will have the slower cars. And Oakley runs it through with a 12:16 at 51 miles per hour to advance into the next round. That's going to bring up the next pair, Alana Everett and Emily White. Emily from Mission, sponsored by Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, Walco, and Alana from Langley, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and the Old Car Center. Families running in the Junior Dragster Series. For them, this is anything but a hobby. This is every bit as semi-professional as any of the sportsman categories can be. All the families and drivers looking for sponsorship dollars to make sure that they can keep going race to race. And it is a bracket race series, so dial-ins are involved. Alana had a 1479 dial, got the big handicap, managed to stay out in front of Emily, who actually went too quick. Ran an 899 on a 911 dial, so Alana went 1488 on a 1479, and that's good to advance to the next round for Alana Everett. She'll be very, very happy about that. As our next pair roll up, Cadence Rodrigue and Ashton Catney. Cadence sponsored by Ken Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. 11:93 is the dial-in time for the black dragster here on the tower side. Ashton has 14:04 on the reader board and on the side of that dragster, part of the TK Performance trio of junior dragsters that are here today from Maple Ridge. So Ashton over on the Lordco side will be leaving first. Waiting for Ashton to bump into, there we go. Both cars now staged. The tree comes down. And it's a red light start for Cadence. So Ashton Catney, Lordco side, picks up the automatic win because of that red light, runs it through to a 14:04 at 45 miles an hour. Pay attention in the pits, Kelly Voss. We need you up to the 3rd floor of the timing tower. Kelly Voss, you come up to the 3rd floor of the timing tower. We also have other prize winners that we're looking to get up to the 3rd floor. Emily Gerard, Carson Campbell, Dave Beck, Loren Schwartz, Andrew Antle, Jan Christensen, Dustin Hunter, and as I say, Kelly Voss. If you heard your name there, we need you up in the 3rd floor of the tower for an award, please. Adam Katnick and Hunter Gallant now. Hunter with a 12:18 as a dial-in, 899 for Adam. So it will be Hunter leaving first on the start line. But the red light for Adam gives the win light for Hunter. So young Hunter goes 12:34 at 49 miles an hour and will advance into round number 2 of Junior Thunder. Here comes your champion for 2021, Alex Green in the green dragster. JBS Equipment, Papa Roach sponsored. Alex is from Mission. In the other lane, his brother, Nate Green. 11:95 is the dial-in time for Nate. 14:25 for Alex. So it'll be inter-family squabble here as Alex gets the handicap start. Try to stay out in front of brother Nate. Alex goes right in, as does Nate. Here goes Alex into the stage beams, and the tree is going to come down. Alex is away. Reaction times are pretty close, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens at the 8th mile stripe. Will it be Alex or will it be Nate? It is going to be Alex. 2021 champion goes another round into round number 2. Alex Green, 14:28 with a 3 at 43 miles an hour. So here we go now. We're completing the Thunder category. We go into the Lightning category. This is the quicker and faster of the two, and it will also start with 9 cars in the category with a bye run for Lincoln Rutherford. Number 1 qualifier gets the bye run. Wembley, Alberta is home for Lincoln. Sponsored by Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness. Lightning category. In the 8s and 7s second range. Off and running. Lincoln Rutherford hits the beams, goes 792 at 79 miles an hour. Pushing the tree a little bit on a single. He's allowed to do that, though. So here comes Lincoln Shirk. Abigail White was supposed to be in the other lane, but her junior dragster suffered some carnage in qualifying, and they were not able to replace the engine. So Abigail not able to make the call. This will be a competition single for Lincoln. Fist pump from Dad. Lincoln stages up the junior dragster and gets set for his run down to the 8th mile stripe. .824 is the time for Lincoln. 8:24 at 78 miles an hour. And if you're thinking, that junior dragster looks really nice, might want to check it out in the pits. That was recently re-wrapped from Vancouver Car Wraps. They did a stellar job on that. Colton Mourne and Lexi Winterbottom, our next pair in the Lightning category. Colton over here, Tower side. Mourne Motorsports, sponsored by JBS, Big Kids Racing, Tires Plus, and the Titanium Auto Group. In the other lane, well, that's that Hobo Racing team. Low Tie Ventures out of Langley. Lexi Winterbottom. She's going to get the handicap start here, 8:23 against Colton 7:90. Stripe, it's going to be a win light for Colton Morin, 7:91, 82 miles an hour. So Colton Morin moving on to the next round is just running through the water box is Ciel Gagnon. The Lightning champion for 2021. Ciel in the pink and black dragster. Over here, tower side, that is Aiden Catney. Catney family having a trio of junior dragsters, two of them in the Thunder category, and Aiden here in the Lightning category. Quicker up to 2. So Ciel out of Qualicum Beach on the island, part of the Big Kids Racing team. Ciel's father, Nate Gagnon, Top Fuel Harley racer, here quite often at Mission Raceway. Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Group providing support for Ciel Gagnon, who's dialed in at 7:92 against Aiden 7:98. So pretty much a heads-up race happening here. No red lights to contend with. Reaction time will play a factor. Oh, Ciel manages to eke out the win, 7:97, 80 miles an hour, 7:97 with a reaction time that started with a 2. She managed to sneak that one through as Aiden was a little bit late off the dial, 8:17, 71 miles an hour, but the win light for Ciel puts her into the next round. Willie Oliver and Emma Debris Coos will be our last pair in this first round of Junior Lightning. Willie Oliver from Mission, 7:93. Emma Debris Coos, 7:98. So we're talking a difference of about 500ths of a second on the Christmas tree. Probably not going to see that as the amber lights come down, but drivers will take that into consideration. They're looking at their side and waiting for that green light, so it will make a difference to them. But red light start for Willie Oliver. How disappointing for him as Emma Debris Coos manages to run 7:94 at 81 miles an hour for the win. So Emma Debris Coos heading into the next round. Red light start for Willie Oliver. So there we go. First round complete in the junior dragster category. And we'll be seeing them back in about 1 hour. So it is, by my recollection, as we do some track preparation before the next round, and we're going to take a bit of a break for that track preparation, and that means that I'm going to go and take a little bit of a break and hit the half-track snack shack, and sitting in for the next bit of announcing will be Tyner. So I'll turn things over to him, and he can take care of any information that you need while I'm away for a short little break.
So here we are, final day of the West Coast Classic here at Mission Raceway Park. Jerry has been doing a fine job for us on the mic all day long. I may jump on here for a bit sooner or later, possibly, but as soon as we get back to the action, we're going to have Tyner taking over. Tyner, going to be the first time on the mic. What do you think, Tyner?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes, I guess. We'll see how it goes.
Well, you told me you like to talk a lot, so that's job one. That definitely will be a tool in your pocket, so to speak.
Yeah, just got to keep it PG. Coming from Alberta, you know, they might use a couple swear words, so we just got to keep it PG up here and provide everyone with a little bit of entertainment, though, at the same time.
Oh, don't worry about it. We've got like a 10-second delay on the mic, and there's somebody editing constantly, so you just feel free to, use
just
whatever
a
you want.
full production up here.
I tell a lot of lies. That's what I do.
Can't win if you don't cheat.
Absolutely not. So we got a little bit of quiet time. Let's talk about some sponsors. So JBS, along with a number of others, it's a group effort bringing us the live stream. Primary sponsors bringing us this event this weekend, Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems has been a major sponsor of this event ever since its conception, now 3 years ago in Medicine Hat. And A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. Also big supporters of the Classics by TNT Promotions. Also don't want to forget ChopMyRate.ca, along with TDS for bringing us our shootouts. Last night, gave away $38,000. And we're not done giving money away yet. So round 2. 4 box cars coming up. Track is looking good. Believe the crew is just about ready to go. We should be back to the action momentarily.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Craig Johnson to the 3rd floor of the tower, please, for your prize? Craig Johnson. Coming in the left lane, Chase Ferson of the Mission. Dialed in at a 499. In the right lane, Martin Rochelle out of Surrey, BC in the 78 Malibu. Dialed in at 641. Dialed about a 2.5 start. Pre-shade bulbs are lit. Jay's in. Martin's in. Here we go. Clean tree. Damn near identical on the starting line. Martin Rochelle. Win. Pretty big gap. Took a pretty nice stripe there at the end. 642 with a 0 on 641 Dow. Jay, 5 above. Not good. In the left lane, we got Al Quigley out of Aldergrove in the 89 Mustang. Dialed in at 524. In the right lane, we got Adam DeJong out of Abbotsford, BC in the 67 Camaro. Dialed in at 539. Here we go. Oh, red light for Adam. Al will be moving on. 524 with a 4. On a 524 down. 538 with a 5 on a 539 down for Adam, but that doesn't matter. Went 12 red. His day is done. Next up, right behind Adam, we got his father, John DeYoung, out of Abbotsford in 68 Camaro. Dialed in at 450. In the left lane, we got George LeBlanc out of Creston, BC, in that nice 66 Chevelle. Dialed in at 563. Just over a second head start for George LeBlanc. Here we go. Ooh. John might have gave that one back. 563 with a 6 on a 563 Dow for George LeBlanc. Taking a 13th Dow stripe. John DeYoung. 10 light. 453 on a 450 Dow. Might even it back to him. A little bit of cleanup at the starting line. Bear with us. Okay, here we go. Pulling into the burnout box. In the left lane, Eddie Plaisir of Edmonton, Alberta, in that beautiful 48 Anglia. Dialed in at 646. In the right lane, Brian Ritchie out of Port Coquitlam, BC. Dialed in at a 510. That beautiful 68 Chevelle. Go, both pulling up to the pre-stage. Richie's pre-staged. Blazers pre-stage. Eddie's in. Brian's in, here we go. Clean tree. Ooh. A little bit of starting line advantage. Win. Going to Brian Ritchie. 5'11" with a 7 on the 5'10" Dow. Taking 64,000 stripe. Eddie Plazier, a little bit late on the tree with an 82 reaction time. 648 with a 5 on 646 Dow. He had no chance. Box. Double enter dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Box, double enter dragsters to lane 3 and 4. Left lane, we got James Kennedy out of Langley, BC in the 04 Grand Dam. Dialed in at 491. Otto Schulte in the right lane. 05 Cavalier out of Black Creek, BC. Dialed in at 483. Both pre-staged. Here we go. Oh, red light for Schulte. Kennedy got lucky, he wasn't good on the tree either. 50 reaction time, 94 on 91 Dow. Schulte won 84 on 83 Dow, but it doesn't matter, he won 18 red. Now pulling in the left lane, Richard Love out of Osoyoos, BC in the 89 S10, dialed in at 698 against Amber Rutherford. Rutherford Family Racing out of Wembley, Alberta, dialed in at 568 in the right lane, and that 88 Mustang. Clean tree. A little bit of start line advantage to Amber. She's got it. 569 on a 568 Dow. Taking 74,000 stripe. 21 reaction time for Amber. Can I get single box dragsters to staging lanes? Lanes 5 and 6, please. Richard. 77 on the reaction tree. Race was over there. Next up, we got Jen Christensen. Langley, British Columbia. That beautiful car. Dialed in at 550 against James Rutherford, Amber's husband. Dialed in at 480. 96 Ford. Probe. Clean tree. A little bit of advantage, James, and he'll get the win. 480, dead zero. 19 light, taking 15,000 stripe. To Jan's 550 with a 1. Race was lost at the tree. Jan went 33 to James 19. Both ran on their dials, but James getting it done. Dragster singles. Lanes 5 and 6, we need you. Let's go.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
is the result of high intention, knowledgeable efforts, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
About 2 and a bit. That's second head start. Mike's pre-staged. Dan's pre-staged. Dan's in. Mike's in, here we go. Oh, identical reaction times. Down to the strike. Win going to Dan Parsons. Dead 3, taking 8th thou stripe. Mike was dead 9. He was a 30 light to Dan's 28. That was a tight race. Tight race. We're starting second round. Dragsters here. They're just pulling into the water box. Left lane, we got Emily Girard, dialed in at 485. Right lane, we got Mark Campbell out of Olympia, Washington, dialed in at 455. Slight head start going to Emily. Go, they're pulling into the beams. Mark's pre-staged, Emily's pre-staged. See who goes in first. Mark, both in. Here we go. Clean tree, identical reaction times. Oh, Mark getting the win on a breakout from Emily Girard. Emily goes 11 on the tree, runs an 81 with an 8, taking 48th thou stripe. Mark, 17 on the tree Goes 56 with a 0. Good enough for a win. Up next, right behind Mark is the son, Carson, Olympia, Washington. Dialed in at 470 in the left lane. Steve Horn out of Burnaby. And the big Hemi-powered TNT. Dialed in at 434. Both pre-staged. Steve's in. Carson's in. Red light for Steve Horn. 004. That's going to hurt. Carson Campbell, 13 light, goes 69 with a 4 on a 70 dial. Doesn't matter. Steve went red. Steve, 432 on a 434 dial. His day is over. Craig Johnson, we need you in the third floor of the tower for your prize, please. Craig Johnson, third floor of the tower. All right, here we go in the left lane. Dan Provost out of Abbotsford, BC, dialed in at 432 in the right lane. Jeremy Show out of Edmonton, Alberta, in that brand new 2022 TNT, dialed in at 428. Some of the fastest cars we have on the property this weekend. Both with the big blowers sitting on top. Dan's pre-staged. Dan is bumping in. Dan is pre-staged. Dan's in. Dan's bumping in. Here we go. Clean tree. Oh, Jenna. 431 with a 2 on a 428 dial. She said 20 light to Dan's 26. Dan went 437 with an 8 on a 432 dial. Jenna took 32 thou stripe. That was her race the whole way. This weekend, 2022 West Coast Clocks presented by Rad Torque Systems and A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, TNT Motorsports. Some of the sponsors. For everyone tuning in on the live feed, sponsored by JBS Equipment. ChopMyRate.ca, top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing. A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. Rad Torque Systems, world's leader in torque guns for all applications. NGK NTK Performance, industry leader in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. Check them out at ngksparkplugs.com. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. Want to improve your on-track performance? Check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion.
Hoosier Tire West, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires on the West Coast. Check them out, HoosierTireWest.com.
JS Power Sports, your local high-performance know-how guys. They are the best in the West at making things go fast. The Old Car Center. Get you anything you need for your ride, based out of right here in Langley, BC. Mona LaHaye Remax Elite, the premier Edmonton, Alberta real estate team. In business for over 40 years, sponsoring some beautiful trophies for the junior racers this weekend. Just waiting on our double enter dragsters to get back to the lanes here. Then we'll continue with some drag racing. $10K, main event number 2. Last night was a gorgeous night for racing. A couple of big dollar races. 20K shootout. 32 car shootout won by Chevy Reeves. And then the 7,500 16 car no box shootout won by Monty Beagle. Guy's been laying down laps all weekend. It's been a fun time here out at Mission. It's a beautiful facility and everyone here is very nice, very welcoming. We appreciate all you fans for coming out, supporting the first annual West Coast Classic. Taco in a bag that I might have to go check out later. I hear engines firing up. Hopefully that means some racing's coming. Dragsters are pulling into the water box here. Both racers out of Edmonton in the right lane. Braden Oshawa out of Beaumont, Alberta, dialed in at 460. Left lane, Mike Crozier, Duke, Alberta, dialed in at a 453. Slight head start for Braden. Mike try to catch him. Both racers made the trek all the way from Alberta. They're regulars out there at Radtork Raceway. Big supporters of the classics. Mike's pre-staged. Braden's pre-staged. Mike's bumping in. Oh, there we go. Clean tree. Damn near identical reaction times. Mike, 454 with a 6 on 453 dial. 42 at the tree to Braden's 58. Braden, 460 with a 2 on a 460 dial. Mike took 2 thou stripe, tight race. It's a tough one to lose for Braden, but lost it at the tree. Just waiting for more dragsters. I think we're waiting for a driver to get ready. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. Can I get the no box doubles to lanes 3 and 4? Then the no box singles at the same time to lanes 5 and 6, please. No box doubles to the lanes 3 and 4. No box singles to lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters pulling around the corner. Left lane. Out of Edmonton, we got Chevy Reeves. Dialed in at 452. In the right lane, we got Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. Dialed in at 458. Chevy with the top field dragster burnout. Chevy was the winner. Chevy was the winner of our 32 car shootout last night. Winner of 20 grand. Congratulations, Chevy. Made a change. Carson Campbell dialed in at 468 instead of 458. My bad. Both pre-stage. Chevy's in. Carson's in. Clean tree. Here we go. Slate starting line advantage. Carson. Oh. Chevy drove around him. 19 of the tree, dead 4, taking 001 at the stripe. Carson. 009 on the tree. Goes 469 with a 5. Might have given that back to Chevy, but just by the slightest margin. It's a tough one to lose. Attention to the pits. Single no box cars to lanes 5 and 6, please. Single no box cars to lanes 5 and 6. Here we go. We got cars coming around the corner. In the left lane, we got Mark Campbell. Just saw his son, Carson Campbell, lose a tight one to Chevy Reeves. Mark Campbell's in the left lane from Olympia, Washington. The 14 miles dialed in at 465. In the right lane, Martin Rochelle. He won Friday's warm-up race. Been putting together some good laps all weekend. He's dialed in at 640. Hailing from Surrey, BC in that 78 Malibu. Both pre-staged. Mark's in. Martin's in. Clean tree. Oh. Yikes. Martin, 30 on the tree. 642 with a 5 on a 640 dial. Taking 6th stripe. Mark broke out. He was 9 under, but his reaction time started with a 1. That explains a lot. Alrighty, my time up here is done. Thanks for listening. Hopefully I was decent.
Thanks, man. That's great. Thanks very much for filling in there, and that's a little bit more experience now for next time. Excellent. two competitors down the racetrack, Monty Beagle and Dave Jung. Dave Jung over here tower side in the 96 Camaro, Beagle in that very unique 1933 Ford. He's got small block under the hood, 434 cubic inches, but he is consistent all day long. Now, that's not to say that Dave Jung isn't as consistent. 305 cubic inches under the hood of that Camaro. Jung gets the handicap start. They leave pretty much even on the start. At the stripe, it's a win light for Monty Beagle, 578. 578 at 117 miles an hour for the win. Dave Jung, 691 at 96 miles an hour. Dustin Ward now and Ryan Johnston, the next pair. 638. 638 is the dial-in for Dustin here. The dart on the tower side. Corvette has 569. Ryan's in, Dustin's in. Here comes the tree. Everybody's playing green. At the stripe, it's a win for the Corvette. 569 with the 316. 569 for Ryan Johnson to go into the next round. Lawrence Derrick now from Stettler in the River Rat. 67 Camaro. And Dustin Hunter in the Falcon. So here we go, Lawrence Derrick. He's in the Camaro, 583. Gets a bit of a handicap. Off the line, Dustin's right in pursuit. It's a win light for the Camaro. 67 Camaro going on to the next round, runs a 583, 118 miles an hour. So Lawrence Derrick will take the River Rat one more round. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters. We're calling you to the lanes now. Junior Dragsters, bring them up to the lanes. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. You know the drill. Bring them up. Junior Dragsters for round 2 of eliminations. Here we go. Darren Sutton brings his 1974 Carmen Ghia to the start line up against a 1933 Ford. When was the last time you saw a matchup like that? Only in drag racing will you see a pairing like this. 1974 Carmen Ghia of Darren Sutton gets the handicap start against Monty Beagle's 1933 Ford. Monty from High River dialed in at 578, 622 for the Carmen Ghia. So here goes Darren Sutton. And there is Monty in hot pursuit. And Monty gets around him, goes 578 for the win, 117 miles an hour. So margin of victory at the stripe, 0.007 of a second. So it was a squeaker in some sense. Monty Beagle, though, advancing into the next round. So once again, we have called Junior Dragsters for round 2 of eliminations. Bring them up, round 2, Junior Dragsters. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Hey, attention in the pits. We are always looking for winners to take pictures, and so we would like to get John DeYoung and Adam DeYoung at the brand new Mission Raceway Winner's Circle. We need you behind the bleachers on the little pad there. So John DeYoung and Adam, can you bring the cars, and we'll get some photos done. Post them on those internet things. So John Taback doing his burnout. Little S10 sponsored by Rad Torque. .676 is the time for John Taback, 101 miles per hour. FYI, the little gap here is that we're waiting for a pair of cars to come back for a rerun. There was a misread on the reader boards, and so if you can look down at the far end of the drag strip, those reader boards on the TCS lane, a couple of the bulbs were not functioning properly, and so typically what happens is you're, as the driver, supposed to take a look, and if it is correct, you move into staging. If it's incorrect, you do not move into staging. But nonetheless, because it was a misread and the time was right, but it didn't look right, we're going to be rerunning that pair of cars once again. It'll be a Martin Rochelle and one of the Campbell team. So they are working their way around. We just needed to give the Dragster a few minutes to cool the transition. Good to see the Jung team down by the winner's circle getting their photos taken. Absolutely spectacular. I'm not sure how we feel about Adam beating up on his dad, but it's got to happen sometime, doesn't it? I would say, well, Dad bought me the car. I'm just doing what he told me to do. Hey, that's a sweet-looking winner's circle picture if I ever saw one. Wow. All the junior dragsters in the staging lanes as we speak. They're getting set for their second round of eliminations. So here we go with that rerun of a few minutes ago. And it's going to feature Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle over in the other lane, the Lordco lane. Well, he started racing in Bremerton, Seattle. way back in the mid-'80s. He was driving a 66 Chevelle. He actually built this Malibu back in about 1988 and started racing it there. And it is, without question, one of the more consistent runners week in, week out. So Martin Rochelle sitting with a 6:41 on the reactor, the dial-in time on the scoreboard. Mark Campbell from Olympia, Washington has 4:56. Okay, 4:56. So the handicap again will be going to Martin as they both pre-stage. Martin just puts it in there, and now it's up to the dragster to chase him down, and boy, oh boy, he does. Reaction time 008 for Mark Campbell. 008 got him their first 4:57, 148 miles an hour for the dragsters. So a little bit of a different outcome in this rerun of that pair. So here we go with Junior Thunder, round number 2. And while I was on my break, I had a chance to wander around in the pits, and I love the logo. I had a chance to look at the close-up logo on the Rutherford Family Junior Dragsters. I just love that. Rutherford Family Racing. That says so much right there. Coming up to the line then. So Oakley Rutherford is coming up to the start line now on the tower side. Alana Everett. I was talking to her dad, and this was a labor of love. Alana basically grew up at the racetrack, and even at the age of 3, said, "Dad, I want to drive one of those cars." And so Dad worked very hard to get one of these cars, and Alana Everett is heading down track. Her first round win officially was in the last session. So will she be able to do this again? And she does, because of the red light for Oakley. Alana goes another round, this time because of the red light, so she'll be one super happy camper. That brings up Alex Green and Ashton Catney. Now Alex Green, I've mentioned, and he's the 2021 Junior Thunder champion here at Mission. Alex is in the green dragster on the tower side with 1425 dial-in. Ashton over on the Lordco side, 1404. So Alex gets a little bit of a head start over Ashton. car stage. Here comes a tree now. Alex leaves a little bit earlier than Ashton. Now it's determined by who gets to the 8-mile stripe first without breaking out. You cannot go under your dial in, and the win light comes on for Alex Green. 14:33, 43 miles an hour. So Alex is moving on as well. Hunter Gallant now gets the bye run with the odd number of cars. Hunter from Chilliwack. MW Race Cars, BDL Auto, Super Steve's Tire. Car that is tuned by Duda. So Hunter Gallant completes his run on the bye, gets a 12:26 on the board, 50 miles an hour. So going into round number 3, Hunter Gallant. And that brings up the second round action in the Lightning category. Now Lightning Dragsters are a little bit quicker, and drivers are all 13 years and older, 13 to 17. Where they age out into full-size cars. So Lincoln Shirk will be up for a bye here. .826 with a 0 on an 824 dial, 78. Good opportunity to check and see how good the call is on the shoe polish on a single run like that. Got some flexibility. Colton Morin coming to the line. He's over here tower side. Colton. Three-time Junior Thunder champion. Won the championships in 2018, 19, and 20. In the other lane, the other half of the Junior Dragster family operation from the Rutherfords, Lincoln Rutherford. Wembley, Alberta is home, and Lincoln's dialed in with a 790 as Colton is dialed in with a 791. So it's essentially a heads-up race, 1/100th of a second separating the two as the tree comes down. So Colton just bumping into the stage beams. Here we go. Pretty much heads up, but Colton went red. So doing everything in his power to stay ahead, but push the tree just a little bit too much. And Lincoln Rutherford is going to be moving on. 7.91 with a 1. Get on the dial. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. Round 4. No box. Round 4. We're calling you back to the lanes. Double in 3 and 4. Single in 5 and 6. So no box. Bring them up to the lanes for round 4. Double in 3, 4. Singles 5 and 6. Oh, we're going to make a change on that call. Belay that call, no box. So Emma Debris Coos and Ciel Gagnon. Ciel dialed in at 795, 794 for Emma. So again, heads up, but a red light takes Emma out of the action. Ciel will be moving on. So Ciel Gagnon. So let me change that call to the lanes. We're going to do box door cars, round 4. We need you to the lanes. Bring them up. Box door cars. Bring them up for round number 4. So junior dragster second round complete. We'll do a little touch up for the track. A little bit of cleaning, get a little bit of rubber on there, and that will then get us back into action with the full-size cars. Oh, attention in the pits. We're going to make another call for box door cars. We need you back to the lanes for your third round of eliminations, I guess. Box door cars, bring them up to the staging lanes. We need you for your next round of eliminations. We did have a question posed to us. I had been talking about how next weekend is going to be the Langley Loafers old-time drag. So if you're into pre-1972 racing vehicles, boy, you want to mark next weekend on your calendar and join us. We'll have a pit full of old race cars. And usually what happens on that day is all the areas around the fence and throughout the pits are filled with custom rods and classic cars. So it is a wondrous sight to behold for you to be here. And the good thing about it is the weatherman is cooperating. It's going to be nice and warm and sunny. At least that's what they tell us all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you want to join us. If you are here this weekend and you're planning on racing in the Langley Loafers event, and you're thinking, boy, I hate to take my trailer all the way home and bring it all the way back, you will be able to leave your trailer on the property, but it will need to be on the spectator side, not in the pit area. So if you can take it over to the spectator side, that would be absolutely great. And you can leave it there for next weekend's race. So if there's any one of you out there who are planning to take part in the Langley Loafers, consider that an opportunity not to have to tow your trailer and gear all the way there and back. So there you go. So we've made the call for box door cars to come back to the lanes for round number 3 of eliminations. Need you back in the lanes ASAP. Cars are back on the track as we start with round 3. If my Gazinta machine is correct, round 3 of box door cars. These are cars with electronics on board. And so we've got Al Quigley over here, tower side. Al Quigley in his 69 Mustang, sponsored by Rad Torque. Hails out of Abbotsford. He used to be a regular racer here at Mission, but has spent more time on the national circuit and now doing other things as well. But we've seen that car out here a couple of times. Whereas Dan Parsons, wow, he's been here almost regularly every week. The Quality Racing Duster out of Powell River. You just want to think that Mission is his home away from home, Dan Parsons. Parsons is 682. On the reader board, 535 for Al Quigley. So Al Quigley, dial in 525. So Dan Parsons getting the handicap here. Parsons, a seasoned index racer. Going to be leaving the start line ahead of the Mustang. Will he stay ahead of the Mustang? That is the question. Here comes Al Quigley in hot pursuit of that Duster. Gone around him. Managed to eke out the win. 525 on a 525 dial. 525.3, 125 miles an hour. James Kennedy now and Amber Rutherford. The whole family in race cars from Wembley, Alberta. That's the Rutherfords. Amber in this 88 Mustang, sponsored by Royal Projects, dialed in at 570. James Kennedy in the Grand Am, 494 on the reader board. They are away with green lights. Great reaction times from both drivers, and it's a win for James Kennedy. 495 with a 5, 140 miles an hour. George LeBlanc in the orange Chevelle. 1966 vintage. Brian Ritchie in the other lane, 68 Chevelle. Ritchie has 511 on the reader board. LeBlanc 563. So the older model Chevelle will be leaving the line first. Brian Ritchie, Ritchie Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales will be trying to chase him down. Once again, great reaction times from both drivers as they head to the 8th, and it's a win for the 66 Chevelle. George LeBlanc from Creston, BC, advancing into the next round, 565. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster, we need you to the lanes. Box Dragster, we need you to the lanes. Doubles, 3, 4. Singles, 5 and 6. You know the drill. Box Dragsters, bring them up to the lanes. Doubles, 3 and 4. Singles, 5 and 6. Here's the other half of the other quarter of the Rutherford family racing. It is Dad James Rutherford. He's in the probe in pursuit of Martin Rochelle right now. Manages to squeeze around him. Wow. 481 as Martin Rochelle just went too quick and went under his dial of 642, running a 641.8. So James Rutherford gets the win. 481 was the dial. He runs 481 with an 8. 139 miles an hour. So Rutherford family doing really well for themselves today as they move on in rounds here at the first annual West Coast Classic. So we've called box dragsters to the lanes. Box dragsters to the lanes. Double 3 and 4, single 5 and 6. Bring them up, box dragsters. Attention in the pits, we have a request for some people to come up to the third floor of the timing tower. If Carson Campbell, Dustin Ward, Dustin Hunter, and Loren Schwartz, if you just heard your name, come on up to the third floor of the timing tower. That's Carson Campbell, Dustin Ward, Dustin Hunter, and Loren Schwartz. Come on up, third floor of the timing tower, please. We made the call a short time ago for box dragsters, and that's who I see coming underneath the bridge. Burnouts complete for our next two competitors. Mike Crozier and the Outlaw Addiction Dragster from Leduc, and Mark Campbell from Olympia, Washington, his Pacific Supply sponsor dragster. Campbell has 456 on the board. That's his dial in. 455 for Mike. So we're looking at a difference coming down of those amber lights of 1/100th of a second. Well, they're both green. Win light, goes to Mark Campbell. Campbell actually had the slower reaction time, but was closer to his dial, 457, 456, because, well, Mike Crozier went under. Ran 454 on a 455. His reaction time, 009. And that brings up son Carson Campbell now and Chevy Reeves. Reeves, your winner from yesterday, 452 for the Edmonton runner, sponsored by Rad Torque and Sideshow Fabrications. Carson Campbell here, once again from Olympia. He's dialed in at 470. So slightly longer handicap start, about 2/10 of a second. Going to the tower side. May not seem like much time to you, but World Drag Racing, that's the difference between winning or losing. Red light start for Chevy Reeves. Just 001 red, 1/1000th of a second red, and that puts a win light in Carson Campbell's column. 470, he ran on a 470 dial. So basically a 20-pack, 17 reaction time, and 3 over on his dial-in. So Carson Campbell going on to the next round. So safety crew is out on the track, just doing a little bit of checking to see if, in fact, something escaped from the dragster that ran in that lane. Safety being paramount, they are always cautious to make sure that the track is clean and ready for the next pair. wind our way down to the final rounds, let me take this opportunity to at least one final time run over all of the sponsors involved in making this, the first annual West Coast Classic, a success. All these people were there supporting this organization and this race with their financial dollars and extra promotional dollars. It is a race that is presented by Rad Torque Systems and Tristan Plumbing and Heating and TNT Motorsports. It's featuring the Classics Shootout Series presented by ChopMyRates.ca and Total Dairy Solutions. So we can thank Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, the Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. ChopMyRate.ca, a top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing, and the live feed sponsor, if you're watching on YouTube, is JBS Equipment. Along with that, there's a host of associate sponsors, NGK NTK Performance, the industry leaders in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. Check them out at ngksparkplugs.com. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. Want to improve your on-track performance? Well, check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentioned or mentored by multiple-time world champion big buck bracket racer Luke Bagaki and Justin Lamb. Hoosier Tire West, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires on the West Coast. Competitive Suspension, the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. George's Classic and Custom Auto. Mona LaHaye Remax Elite. Modified Welding and Fabrication, Royal Projects, the Old Car Center, Bracket Life Brand, and JS Power Sports. All those folks had a helping hand in making the first annual West Coast Classic a success here this weekend at Mission Raceway. In the pits, attention in the pits, specifically Mark Campbell. This is your 10-minute warning. It's now down to 5 minutes. I know that was fast, but it was originally supposed to be a 5-minute warning. Mark Campbell, 5-minute warning. We need you in the staging lanes. It's no box. This is a call for you, no box. We need you back to the lanes. Doubles 3 and 4, singles 5 and 6, no box. Bring them up. Doubles 3 and 4, singles 5 and 6. Thank all of you race fans for hanging in with us here today. It is a hot day out there, so hopefully you have remained hydrated. We're getting cars assembled in the staging lanes, and we'll be certainly calling the juniors back for their third round of competition, and that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. In a day like this, we often have to give the racers enough time for their engines and or transmissions to cool down so that they can do the next run without creating some carnage on the racetrack. And so we thank you for your patience as we allow them the few minutes that they need to do that in between round maintenance. I do hear cars that have fired up in the staging lane, so that tells me that we've got something coming at you now. Interesting looking at the setups that are so different on the dragsters and on all cars, actually. We've got a naturally aspirated dragster over on the Lordco side, Mark Campbell from Olympia. Then we've got Jenna Michaud here from Edmonton running a blower. So she's dialed in at 428. Quicker of the two, Mark Campbell, 457. Jenna, supported by GTO Ventures, Tradewind Salvage, and Twister Piling. It will be Lordco lane leaving start line first as Jenna bumps her way into the staging beams. She is, they're both pre-staged, and now Jenna continues to bump in very shallow. Mark just goes in casually. Here comes the tree. It's going to be at the stripe, and it is a 002 reaction time for Mark Campbell that gets him there first. 458 on a 457 dial. 428 was the dial for Jenna. She ran 432, so well off her dial-in, but it was Mark Campbell, a 002 reaction time that saved the day for him. 029 was Jenna's reaction, so Mark Campbell moving on.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Attention in the pits. I see the junior dragster drivers are anxious. They're keen to get in the lanes. Well, here it is. This is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. Yeah, I see you waving out there. Come on up to the lanes. 1 and 2. We'll put Thunder in 1 and Lightning in 2. So bring them up, junior dragsters. Do the spray, you probably saw the start line crew holding those big boards that they place on the racing surface as the sprayer goes by. In case you're wondering what that is all about, well, the infrared beams that the Klondike timer uses for incremental timing down up and down the quarter mile. It is somewhat light sensitive, and so in order to make sure that they're free of any glare or reflection, we make that portion in front of the infrared beams on the start line as flat a paint as possible. We actually paint it flat black, and we use the boards in front of the infrared beam just to make sure that it stays flat black and doesn't get shiny. Because if you notice when the sprayer goes up and down the track, it does. That sticky traction compound does create a rather shiny sheen. And so we keep it nice flat black, and we use the boards for that reason. Let me tell you, they are really sticky. So the track is just getting sticky right at the moment as we speak, getting ready for next rounds of racing. We've called junior dragsters to the lanes. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2, and we're going to be back into racing action here in just a few seconds. Rolling into the water box, Monty, Beagle, and John to back. Monty Beagle on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the spectators side. Beagle Automotive in High River, Alberta, sponsoring that 33 Ford, so putting his own money into that Hot Rod, dialed in at 578. John DeBack in the other lane, 676 for his Rad Torque sponsored S10. Everybody got a nice green light here at the start. At the stripe, it's a win light from Monty Beagle. 579, 117 miles an hour. Monty going on to the next round. John, in an effort to stay in it, well, he went under, ran too fast. 674 on a 676 dial, 99 miles an hour. So Monty Beagle moving on. In the pits, box door car. This is your call. Box door cars. Bring them up to the lanes 5 and 6, please. Box door cars. Bring them up. This is your call. Lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. Box door car. go. No box. Monty Beagle. Man loves to race, hates to spend time in the pits. Just gas and go type of guy. Gets that car back to the start line up against Lawrence Derrick. Stettler, the River Rat Camaro. 583 and 579 are the times. So it will be the Camaro that moves first, but just by a tick. Monty Beagle gets there first. He was on the game. 0.25 reaction time. Lawrence distracted. Reaction time that starts with a 2. That's not going to win you too many races, that's for sure. Here's Ryan Johnston. He gets a by run. Nasty Fish 63 vet. 5:69 is the time on the dial, but it's a by run. He's got some flexibility here. Runs it through to a 5.70. 5.70 with a 6. 120 miles an hour. He may have turned on the red light, but on a single, you are allowed to do that. There was no infraction there, so he'll advance. Attention in the pits. Mike Crozier and Loren Schwartz. We still need to see you at the third floor of the timing tower. Mike Crozier and Loren Schwartz, come on up. So here we go. We're going to get into junior dragsters now. And this is round number 3. First two competitors, Hunter Gallant and Alana Everett. Big weekend race for Alana here. This is the first time she's won 2 rounds in a row, and she's hoping to make this 3 rounds. Has been hanging around drag strips all of her life and expressed a desire to get into a junior dragster, and so Dad took the funds that were available and finally found a card that met their family budget, and here we go. Alana is living the dream in that junior dragster on the tower's side, the purple dragster. Hunter Gallant in the other lane. He's from Chilliwack, and, well, you could say that Hunter's living the dream, too. Had his dragster newly painted up with flames and everything else. It was a total surprise to him when he picked up the car. Thought it was just going in for some tune-up, but brand new look for Hunter Gallant here in 2022. So, Hunter Gallant 2020 is the dial-in. They're both staged. It'll be Alana who leaves first with a 14.79 dial-in. Will she be able to stay out in front of Hunter all the way to the 8th mile? And she does not. Hunter Gallant had a slightly better reaction time and managed to get there first, 12:26 at 50 miles an hour. So it was all settled on the reaction time because 14:87 was the final ET for Alana Everett. Here's Alex Green now. Gets the bye run to make up the final pairing. Alex Green, the 2021 track champion in the Thunder category. He got to be the champion because of the consistency that he displays on track. Alex dialed in at 14:25, goes a 14:27, so he'll be set for the final round action, semi-final round action as it were, as we combine Thunder and Lightning for the finals. Here we go now. Lincoln Rutherford rolling up against Lincoln Shirk, a battle of the Lincolns. They spell their names differently, but they say their names the same. So Lincoln Shirk over here, Titanium Racing sponsored junior dragster, freshly wrapped for this year. Brad Torch sponsorship in the other lane. That is Lincoln Rutherford. Rutherford Family Racing. Shirk family based out of Langley. Whereas the Rutherfords all the way in for this race. Brought the junior dragsters as part of the family operation. Wembley, Alberta is home, sponsored by Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness. Light comes on for Lincoln Shirk. Double breakout win. They both ran under their dial, so it was pretty much an effort to I'll do it, and they both ran under, but less under was Lincoln Shirk. 78 miles an hour, 8:24 for the win. Tension in the pits, Lawrence Derrick. Lawrence Derrick, we need you to the third floor of the timing tower. Lawrence Derrick, we need you to the timing tower, please. Again, we have a bye run with the odd number of cars in the category. CL Gagnon getting that bye run here. .797 on a 795 dial. Her reaction time was spot on. 006 reaction time. And 80 miles an hour. So CL going into the semifinals. In the pits, box dragster double. Box dragster double. We need you 2, 3, and 4, please. Box dragster double. Need you in 3 and 4. Bring them up as the tractors are out. Just doing a brief touch-up on the racing surface. Getting down to some of the finals rounds. We'll work our way through the program. call for all box dragsters. All box dragsters. We need you in the lanes. Doubles 3 and 4, singles, though 5 and 6. Box dragsters, 5 and 6. It's a battle of the Fords on the start line. 89 Mustang and a Ford Pro. So Al Quigley over here, Towers side in the Mustang, sponsored by Rad Torque. In the other lane, it's the Rutherfords, Rutherford family. James Rutherford does his burnout. He's got 482 on the reader board. Got that sorted out. Al Quigley, 525, got his sorted out. And so it's going to be a battle of the 89 Mustang against the 96 Ford. See who advances in box door car. Handicap start will be going to the orange or red Mustang. I guess that's a red Mustang. See the orange probe. Red light start for Al Quigley. Goes double 02 red. Red light comes on for the probe 481. James Rutherford moving on. Runs 143 miles an hour for the win. Brings up George LeBlanc. Looks like James Kennedy. 66 Chevelle over here, Tower side, and Cavalier. Nope. 04 Grand Am. Not even close. Red light for James Kennedy, though, so that takes him out of competition. George LeBlanc runs 567, 122 miles an hour for the win. So it's battle of the Campbells now. Mark Campbell and Carson Campbell, father-son. Olympia, Washington, home base for the Campbells. We got Mark over here on the tower side. Carson over there on the spectator side. Attention in the pits. No box cars. We need you back to the lanes. No box. Bring them back to the lanes, please. No box. The handicap start going to the younger Campbell. Carson dialed in at 469. His dad's 458. Here we go, win light for Carson. 473 on a 469 dial, 138 miles an hour. Carson Campbell going on to the next round. Once again, we have called no box to the staging lanes. No box. Bring them up to the staging lanes. So as is a winner's prerogative on a uncontested by run, and that person can run up and basically break the beam and then not have to necessarily put wear and tear on the motor. So all they have to do is, under the car's power, roll forward and stage and or pre-stage and stage, and the starter will click the tree and the wind light will come on the reader board. You see the green on the reader board, and then he just backs right out of there and doesn't necessarily have to run the full quarter mile. There was nobody in the other lane anyway, and so that's the racer's prerogative. So Mark Campbell Sr., as it were, going to be backing up into the staging lanes for his next run in the next category. Two more cars roll into the water box, and that is Monty Beagle here, tower side. 33 Ford, as you've seen. Man loves racing. As I pause for one of the burnouts anyway. Monty Beagle over here, tower side. Ryan Johnston in the vet over on the spectator side. Sponsored by Nasty Fish, an investors group. Home bases with Manitoba for Ryan. He's a regular runner here at Mission. 571 against 579. 8/100ths of a second handicap start going to the 33 Ford. They almost get even on the reaction times at the stripe. Who gets there first? Monty Beagle. 5.80 with a 9 against a 5.73.3. So not quite as tight on the reaction time, but much closer to his reaction time. The margin of victory, though, Get this, margin of victory, 3/10,000ths of a second. So it was a real squeaker at the stripe. 3/10,000ths of a second win for Monty Beagle. Wow, that's great stuff. Just want to make an announcement for all of you in the pits. If you are waiting for checks, and why not? Who wouldn't be waiting for checks? But if you're waiting for checks, they'll be available about 15 minutes after the winner's circle activity. So please be patient. We're getting all those checks ready for you right now. So if you're waiting for them, just hang tough, and they will be ready for you about 15 minutes after the winner's circle.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
So he runs it through with a 580 and a 2. And he'll have to come right back around as he has 2 spots on the ladder. 579 was his dial-in. He runs a 580 with a 2 at 117 miles an hour. Not bad for a retired guy who just likes racing. Yeah. That should be all of us, right? Attention in the pits. If you're still in competition, if you're one of the cars that's still racing, we need you back in the staging lanes ASAP for your next round of eliminations. All cars still in competition. We need you back in the staging lanes. And so it begins. Semi-final round action for Junior Dragsters. Alex Green, well, he's sitting in the water box. He's got a tough cookie in the other lane. Tough customer is Ciel Gagnon. Big Kids Racing. Big handicap start is going to be going to Alex. Well, Ciel is dialed in at 796. Alex 1425. So, boy. Alex is going to have about just under a 7-second, just over a 7-second handicap start. So we're going to see that little green dragster driven by Alex. He's going to leave way, way ahead of Ciel, and she's going to have to be really patient sitting at the start line, watching him get closer and closer to that finish line before she even gets her green light. Here we go. Alex is pre-staged, waiting upon Ciel to bump in there. Last minute tuning being done on Ciel's dragster. They're both pre-staged. Alex goes in, Ciel goes in. Here comes the handicap. Wait for it, wait for it. And she is off in pursuit. Is Alex going to stay ahead? Yes, he does. Alex is out in front at the stripe. 14-3-0. Ciel waiting patiently. Had a reaction time that was off the pace for her. Starts with a 3, and that's going to be a tough obstacle to overcome at the stripe. 14:30 for Alex Green. He's going into the final, 43 miles an hour for the win. That brings up our next semifinal pair, Lincoln Shirk and Hunter Gallant. And it's going to be roughly the same thing, only not quite as big a handicap. Hunter Gallant dialed in at 12:24. Lincoln 8:24. So here we're talking about 4 seconds. 4 seconds of a handicap start where Hunter is going to be out and motoring up to speed. And it'll be up to Lincoln to be patient. Both drivers wait for that green light and then head out. They're both pre-staged now, getting set. Who will Alex race in the final? Will it be Hunter or will it be Lincoln? Right now it could be either one of them, as they are both green in terms of reaction time. At the stripe, win light for Lincoln. Lincoln Shirk manages to drive around Hunter Gallant. Goes 8:26 on an 8:24 dial. Hunter was under, went too quick, ran 12:13 on a 12:24 dial. So win light comes on for Lincoln. So in the final, it is going to be Alex Green and Lincoln Shirk. And they'll be back momentarily or shortly for the final in Junior Dragster. See, the tractors are off the racing surface. Track preparation is complete for the remainder of the day, so we have called all remaining cars in competition to be back in the staging lanes. I'm not sure how many are there. I have a big tree in my way, but some of you are there, but all remaining cars in competition, cars and dragsters, we need you in the staging lanes. Cars are back in the water box. Time for some racing action to continue as the next round is up here this afternoon in the main event number 2. Burnout's complete, and that is at the 1996 Ford Pro on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Well, that's James Rutherford. Has the whole family out here. 2 cars and 2 junior dragsters. Everybody's in a car. Everybody's racing. James is from Wembley. Whole family. Logoed with Rutherford Family Racing logos. It's a great thing to see if you're wandering in the pits. He's dialed in at 482. Mark Campbell in the Dragster up from Olympia, Washington, 4:58. So Rutherford gets the handicap start by just a couple of tenths. And he just drilled him on the tree, trip, zip. Bag of donuts for James Rutherford, gets the win, goes 482, 140 miles an hour. Perfect reaction time. He hit that green. He could not have been more perfect. That is absolutely stellar way to win that round. James Rutherford takes the probe. One more round, 482 for the win at 140 miles an hour. Let's see how Monty Beagle does in his round of action against Carson Campbell. Monty probably guilty of having more runs than any other car on the property. He has been running in multiple classes and buybacks and everything else so that he can get just more time on the track, and he has worked his way through the program to where he is still in it. 580, so he gets the handicap. He's off and running, and his day ends with a red light. So Monty Beagle is out of racing for the day after all that hard work. He's still to be congratulated for so many great runs. 581 for the loss. Carson Campbell goes 472 on a 470 dial, and he's going on to the next round. Ran 146 miles an hour. The man who says never give up. Never give up. That is Monty Beagle. In a different class. All classes are combined now. Carson Campbell. That's actually George LeBlanc. And Monty Beagle. George in the 66 Chevelle is going to leave behind Monty Beagle. Monty gets the handicap start, about 0.2 of a second. They are green and clean. And at the stripe is George LeBlanc. George's classic and customs 66 Chevelle picks up the round win, goes 5.69 at 118 miles an hour.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
So once again, we are calling Junior Dragster Final to the lanes. I guess they are getting suited up. I see the nose of Alex Green's Dragster there. I can't see the other one, but I'm guessing that it's there. So now as they're just underneath the bridge, I can see Alex Green and Lincoln Shirk all getting suited up, strapped into the Junior Dragsters. This is going to be the finals for Junior Dragster. And we have combined the classes in a shootout fashion. So once again, it'll be an interesting handicap start for a Thunder car and a Lightning car. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention, Monty Beagle. We need you up in the tower, please. Monty Beagle, please come on up to the tower. We need to see you and have a good chat. And Mark Campbell, you also are requested. Your presence is requested here in the tower. Mark Campbell and Monty Beagle. I was just thinking about Alex Green part of that Green Brothers racing team, him and his brother Nate. In 2021, Alex made his mark in the category. He won Junior Thunder at Door Wars 9. He won Junior Thunder at the JBS Junior Shootout, and then he runner-up at last year's Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So he's got quite a few accomplishments under his belt so far. Probably one of the biggest is picking up some additional sponsorship support from Iron Horse Truck Transfer Corporation. So he is in the green dragster, JBS equipment, signage as well. So Alex over here on the tower side. In the other lane, Lincoln Shirt. Lincoln part of the Titanium Auto Group, of course. And this is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. And I was talking with Derek. They explained to me how they had that junior dragster all re-wrap again just after the beginning of the season. And if you're in the pits, if you were looking at it, the detail is absolutely great. And it's really quite impressive when you get up close and take a look at all the work that's gone into both these junior dragsters. So Alex Green dialed in at 14:28, Lincoln 8:24. And so the handicap start is obviously going to be for Alex in the green dragster, and it's going to be about 6 seconds. So you got to be patient on both sides for that green light. You know, you want to take full advantage of the handicap start, no question about that. So you want to take full advantage by leaving as little time as possible on the start line. But then Lincoln's going to be sitting and watching as Alex is heading down track. Here we go. Everybody's got a green light. Who's it going to be at the stripe? It is going to be, Lincoln Shirt drove around him. Boy, Alex had the better reaction time, a 44 to a 117, but Lincoln was there at the stripe. 8:29.5 on an 8:24, 14:41, so Alex was off on the dial by quite a bit, but Lincoln is there. He is your junior champion here for the first annual West Coast Classic. Junior Dragster champion for the day on this shootout. So congratulations to Lincoln and that whole Titanium Auto Group team. Great job today. So with the juniors completed, we're going to do just a slight touch-up on the racetrack as we have 3 cars left in competition for the semifinal and the final. 3 cars will be completing the day's program, and so we'll get set for their runoffs here ever so shortly. The pits, we are awaiting all of our semi-finalists. We need you back in the lanes. That is Mr. LeBlanc, Mr. Campbell, and Mr. Rutherford, I believe. We need you back in the lanes. If my memory is still working, those are the 3 cars that we're waiting for. We need you back in the staging lanes. I heard that we have one back there, and that is Mr. LeBlanc. He is already waiting. Semi-final round action now. 3 cars left in competition today. We're going to work our way down to a final here by hook or by crook. First pair is going to be door car versus dragster. It's going to be George LeBlanc. George over here in the 66 Chevelle. And in the other lane is Carson Campbell from Olympia, Washington. Carson driving the 2006 Mullis Dragster. Got a 471 on the reader board. That's his dial-in against George's 567. So obviously the door car slower than the dragster, as is something you would expect. George is already pre-staged, waiting for Carson to roll in there, and he does so very, very promptly. Now let's roll forward a little bit more, and everybody's going to be staged, set, ready, and this is an important round to get into the final. Red light start for George LeBlanc, and it's just a thou. So Carson goes through for the win. 471 was the dial. He runs a 472 at 146 miles an hour. But George LeBlanc will be frustrated. It's a 1 thou red light. So had he just been 1,000 more patient, that's all it would have taken, maybe, eh? You never know. So Carson advancing into the next round as the Rutherford family make their representation into the final. James Rutherford in the water box. So James Rutherford rolls that 96 Ford into the beams. Sponsored by Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness, 632 cubic inches. Big block Ford under the hood. He is making the run. Goes 490 with a 2 and a 003 reaction time. 123 miles an hour. So here we go. That is the final set. It is going to be Carson Campbell and James Rutherford. So we'll see them back here in just a few more minutes. We'll give them time for their transmissions and motors to cool down slightly, and then we'll be set for the final round.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment, The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
That call, if you're not already in the staging lanes, we need finalists back in the staging lanes. Mr. Rutherford and Mr. Campbell, we're talking to you. So hopefully everything is cooled down and you're able to be rolling back to the staging lanes. Finishing touches are being put on the track. As far as some spray, it is going to be pristine, freshly prepared just for your final run. So without sounding too much like a broken record, we're just waiting for our two finalists to come back to the staging lanes. And we'd welcome you back anytime. Anytime would be great. All right, so now it's not just me talking, it's actually race control that says, would the finalists please report to the staging lanes? Remember, it's not just me. You're know-nothing announcer. It's not just him. This is race control now calling for our two finalists in the staging lanes, please. in the staging lanes. For those of you die-hard fans, you sitting there in the sun, hopefully you're all hydrated and ready for this final. Hey, they got their water. Excellent. Hopefully you had a great time here at Mission Raceway. We can see you back next weekend for all the old-time drags, but then we'll have lots of fast cars again with Pro Mods and West Coast Door Slammers. So it's going to be a super fast weekend and a super old weekend. So that's good. Great you brought your family out as well. Now you have to work on getting a junior dragster team together. Yes. So I see the finalists in the staging lanes. The track has been prepared. It has been stickied up, the technical term for applying racing traction. And so we are set. As soon as I hear those engines fire, we're going to be good to go. So we are set, our final for the first annual West Coast Classic presented by Rad Torque, Tristan Plumbing, and TNT Automotive. So TNT Motorsports and all the other sponsors involved really did a great job in putting this program together for all the bracket racers. Big bucks. Money on the line, and here comes the final round. Canada versus the United States. That's right, Wembley, Alberta. James Rutherford in that orange probe. And up from Olympia, Washington is Carson Campbell in the Dragster, a father-son team. Carson, the son, still in the program and in a good spot in the final. That's where he's at. 472. Is the dial-in time for Carson, and 482 for James Rutherford. So Rutherford getting a 1/10 of a second handicap start against the Dragster, and then going to have to hang on for that top-end charge at the 8th mile stripe. They're both pre-staged, bumping in now just to put on the stage beams. Shallow as ever, blinking the bulbs. Here comes the tree. It's green here at the start line. At the finish line, it is Carson Campbell. Both of them broke out, went deep. 471 is the winning time for Carson Campbell from Olympia, Washington, 146 miles an hour. So congratulations to Carson and that whole team for their trek up for this event and for all the work going through the rounds and getting to the final. James Rutherford and family sure did well in presenting themselves in all of the categories, from junior dragster to no box and all sorts of great racing throughout the day. So we want to thank everybody for showing up and being with us here on this Sunday, day 3 of the West Coast Classic. We know that there's a lot of ways that you can be spending your time and spending your money, and we really appreciate you taking the time to spend it with us here. Hopefully we'll see you at the racetrack again. And, you know, for all the staff, all the people who helped make this race come together, we thank all the staff, the Mission Raceway safety crew and start line crew. Thanks for all your hard work. And, of course, all the racers. Want to thank Travis and all of the people involved in putting on the race and all the hard work that they went through to make sure that it ran as smoothly as possible. No major incidents, and that's always a good thing. So if you're driving home tonight, hopefully you're driving home safely. We certainly encourage you to make sure that that's a thing that's going to happen. Drive safely, because I'm going to be on the road too. So, hey, have a good trip home, and we will see you back here at Mission Raceway next weekend. And thanks for everything that you do to contribute to the racing scene here by your attendance. So have a great evening.